Sorry. Hello. Hello. Today I'm gonna work on link cider. VS Code. Rakitsky. Hello. Hi. All right. I'm just starting up here. I'm going to work on the game. I think I might want to do the similar thing to what I did in my a similar thing to what I did with my cast. Because just file is not good enough. I'm just going to write a bash script then. It's going to be also called just linksider. And I'm going to install it in the flake here. So packages, write shell script, then linksider. And here's the script. Nix formatter also. We want Nix FMT here. Essentially nil. Like this. Ayushman, India, hello. VS Code in Hyperland was an abomination. Yeah, I don't think I want to go to the NeoVim. I had enough of it. This is the VS Code phase. Vim is meh. I don't like it too much. I want something in the middle between VS Code and Vim. Potentially it's going to be Z eventually, but it's not there yet. Right? Okay, yeah, there we go. This is what is now formatting. Maybe a NeoVim distro would help. Nah, I mean, I already I have NeoVim. Have you not seen me using NeoVim? I have NeoVim. I know how to use it. I just don't like it too much. Fine, I'll use NeoVim just to show you that I can. It just doesn't matter much. Like, all right. The moment I start hating it, we switch though. Right, I want to have this script here. The script is going to be cargo run. Just with all features, yeah. All features. And then just all the arguments like that. That's all that I want, right? Nix FMT was renamed. Yeah, whatever. So I just do link cider like this, and it's just going to run the link cider. Wait, why do I not have the colors there? That's weird. Oh, there you go. The Vim already broke. I just started it and it already broke. An error occurred. Like, I don't know. I mean, this is... I don't know if this is like the Vim issue or whatever's issue, but the terminal that is integrated inside the Vim just breaks sometimes. It becomes unusable. There we go. We go back to VS Code now. I'm done. Z is missing some plugins as far as I understand for now, so I'm just going to wait for Z. Maybe like a year or something, then I will try it. A year. Well, I mean, in a year it's going to be much better than it is currently, right? When it Z first appeared, like a year ago, when it was only available for a Mac or something. I mean, surely it's usable, but like, you can use anything. Wait, didn't I load the thing? And then why did the link cider not work? Huh? Link cider, there we go. Alright, we're going to work on this game. It's my game. Load up. Alright. And what exactly am I going to work on? I didn't plan this far. I need to figure it out. Credits. We can add a credits scene to the game. I don't know what the credits would look like, probably, though. We might want to design that first. Oh, sound is going to correctly depend on the web. You know, how about I fix this? Even though we don't really make the web build of the game. This is not really working on the game, though. Insider script. I think you should rather do the NeoVim way, like installing the lazy git plugin. I have the lazy git plugin. It works worse, I think. I mean, it's almost the same. It's weird. I don't like the. I feel like it's literally the same thing. You got a lazy git, yes, but like the problem is not the lazy git. the entire thing breaks sometimes. If I'm inside my new Vim, I can do lazy git like this. Sure, it works, but it doesn't fix it. It doesn't unbreak my terminal. Like, I still need my terminal for things, and terminal still breaks. Why does the terminal break? Can it not break? Everything breaks in NeoVim. Everything is very fragile there. Terminal inside the NeoVim isn't really what you should use. Skill issue? Of course, yes, sure. If you say so. Maybe also the lack of the multi-cursor in NeoVim is a skill issue. Maybe you can tell me to install a plugin for the multi-cursor, but they all suck. Is that also a skill issue that all the plugins suck? All right. I guess I'm gonna open the web audio API. Maybe if I do, I have example here. Yeah, I do have example. All right. So I think we can try. I think we can try use NeoVim. Fine. Fine, I'll use NeoVim one more time. Hello, Harry. I wanted to just run the example here, probably, right? And the example, I don't even have a just file here, right? And how about I install the just? If I install just, then I can do a just file. I'll have run, which would be just cargo run example. Cargo run. Wait, this is not an example. It's a package called example. That's the problem. Package. Right, and then web would be cargo gang run package. This target web like that. Okay. Uses NeoVi, doesn't use tmux and complains. Why would I use tmux? What is it going to solve? It's not going to solve the issues of the NeoVim. Just web. And cargo gang is not installed. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it's this thing. All right. I guess then we do the trunk. That's what we do. Index HTML. Am I supposed to do trunk serve here? Wait. Do I even say that there is an example? Oh, yeah, I do. Okay, sure. So this would be then just trunk serve. Okay. Just so that I don't need to remember what to do inside of this. Anyways, Primogen for the worthy. Wait, did TTS work?
Anyways, Primogen FTW.
Why did it not work first time? Failed to download Core Audio Sys. Of course. Of course. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Should be back now. Be back now. You gotta go. Bye. Thanks for coming. All right. This one. Beautiful. Okay, so here we go. This is an example. This all it does. All this example does is it literally plays the sound on click. On click, I'm running this function which is just playing the sound, which is also doing some like filtering as an example, and it also should be in the right ear. Let's just use Nano. Nah, I never used Nano. I have no idea how to use it, and no one uses it, which means it probably is trash, right? Do people actually use Nano? How do I properties of my audio? No, not properties. Advanced audio properties. I have the mono set on the desktop. If I remove this, we will hear that the things are in the right ear, right? Yes, they are. Okay. And then if I don't do that, then we're going to recompile. The package requires the cargo feature edition 2024, but the feature is not stabilized in this version of cargo 178. Oh wait, in this thing my cargo is outdated. All right, cargo. Okay, we're going to cargo clean then. Also, I have gigs cleaned, nice. And then we're going to Nix Flake update. Wait, what is my cargo version? What's the current trust? 188. It's like literally 1 year old. Fine. Fixing audio bug. Can you update faster? Cannot link. No space left on device. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What do you mean no space left on device? There's no way. I have 500 gigabytes. On what space do you not have the device? What? Nix. No space left on device, but I have space. Now it's fine, updated. And I see NeoVim, okay, I see Vim already broken. Like my terminal is not fully functional again. I hate this. Like none of the programs work here. All right, there we go. Now we quit NeoVim again. Alsa lib has been renamed, replaced to Alsa lib. Okay, sure. Alsa lib. Can I disable the update available? Can I check for updates? Can I disable that? Extensions for updates? No, not extensions. The thing itself. Configure whether you receive automatic updates requires a restart or change. Yeah. Manual. Disable automatic. Update will be available if you manually check for... Yeah. Yeah, this thing. Manual. For the next time. Okay, so now we should have... If I reload, right? Did it reload properly? I have cargo version. Now I have Rust 187. Okay, good. Cargo check. Just web. What was changed here? Okay, so if I don't... So here, yeah, and I hear the problem. The audio is still in one ear, even though I have commented out the positioning, right? So that's the bug. I need to figure out why the sound is in the right ear, because if I just try running this, a native build and not a web build, then the sound is not going to be in one ear, it's going to be proper, right? I'm assuming. Let's check. Yeah. You see the audio here is not in the right ear, but in the browser it is. So why? What am I doing? Let's see. So we create the audio buffer source node from the audio. We load the audio. We decode some bytes. And then yeah, we set the source of the audio buffer source node. Then we connect it to the panner. No, we connect it through the filter, then to the panner, and then to the audio destination, which also can be written like this, by the way. So we connect the things and we start. All right. So what if I don't do the panner at all? We need to do, yeah. Like, I'm using literally the same API. So it's implemented differently somehow on the... Okay. So it's just if I go through the panner, right? So the panner node, I'm just creating the new panner node and then I'm connecting to it. That's all that I'm doing. Right? If I can just go through the panner to the destination like this too. Did it recompile already? Isn't trunk supposed to recompile? Wait a second, now this works. Now this works. So it's only is breaking if I connect through the other thing, like a filter. So if I do this... Wait a second. No, that was not in the right ear. That was fine. Is it RNG? There is no way it's RNG, right? Or did it not recompile for some reason? Because I had it in the right ear here on purpose. Am I web dev now? Well, I'm making a game engine which is supposed to work on the web. Yes. I don't think this is counts as web development. If I comment this. Olivia, hello. Okay, maybe I didn't compile something properly. Maybe I just didn't compile something properly. Okay. Fine. Let's then go to the other thing, which is the engine itself. I will restart. Yeah, so it doesn't check me for updates yet. Now, yeah, nice. Couldn't connect to Discord. You know, I will disable Discord. Install. Okay, so here was my cargo version here. 86, that's fine. Okay, I want to do cargo run example sound, right? We have this example. There's also gang audio example of the spatial sound. What is this example?
Hello, hello.
This one just says hello. Okay, but let's try this example too. Cargo run example sound, but this let's run this on the web like that. And see if it is in the right ear or not. You hear this?
Hello,
And it's not in the right ear.
hello.
Okay. Hello? Bad cop? Wait, if this is not in the right ear, what is... Are you web dev now? Yes. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, so we go back to Linksider then. And in the Linksider I say I try playing the game in the browser. What is the next Rust release? In 7 days. Nice. So here's the game in the browser of the Linksider. And the audio seems fine. But we definitely had a bug. What's the bug then? Where's the bug? Where's the bug? If I go to like Kuvim, like not Kuviman, I guess. Maybe let's try, like, where did I see this? Where's the bug? Sound is panning correctly on the web. Not anymore. Did I fix it? Did someone fix it? Did I fix it? I don't think I fixed it. I don't remember fixing it. Let's try to go to some game like this one. This one seems fine. What about the Nerdzel games? Maybe it's Nerdzel game? Close to light. Initializing Eagle. Did he steal the loading screen from Terraria? This also seems fine. Wait, what? Where's the bug? Was it in the drill game? Maybe in this one. Oh, there you go. This game has the audio in the left ear for some reason. Alright, we can try this and see what's up. Okay. This game for some reason. Okay, do we have the source code? This is the Ludum there. There is no link to the source code. We can find it on GitHub, Nerdcell. It's there. It's Ludum there. 57. There it is. Wait, we had this thing 3 days ago in this one too. All right, let's try cloning that. So releasing game before COVID. Which game? This game was made just for the Ludum there. I think he just updated. I don't know what. I mean, this looks like he actually did some features in this game. Why? Battery critical. He actually changed some features in this. Why? Why is he working on this? Secret updates happening. Yeah. Why is there a secret update for this game of the Ludum Dare 57? Wait, is Ludum Dare 57 the last Ludum Dare? Which Ludum Dare it is? When is the next Ludum Dare? Yeah, it's the last one. All right. Okay, so we just do what does he have here? Make shell. Oh wait, he just has the make shell. GitHub workflows deploy. He builds in a container. All right. Okay. What if I use instead? What do I instead say? Nix develop projects gang. Let's do that. So then we do cargo gang run platform web. Is there a next Ludum there? I don't know. I mean, the website says that there is going to be the next Ludum there. Are you going to participate? There's the D2 gem. There was some announcement, news and updates. What is this? There's feedback forum for feedback on the D2 gem. Oh wait, that's the organizer. That's private. I was supposed to show it. Maybe you do D2 gem. D2 gem is on the September. Right. What are the other game gems? Oh wait, hold on. It's the summer. We are going to have the GMTK, right? Isn't GMTK like soon? GMTK game jam starts in a month. You don't know how to do game jams? Me neither. Last game jam that I participated in was like a year ago. What is this 3-hour game jam? Game jams are so 2024. Okay, the Nerdcell games actually is there. Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Hold on. Address is already in use because I need to close this here and then I need to run this here. Yes, so the audio here is in the left ear. Okay. Let's figure out why. What if I just do cargo update here? What if it was just fixed for some reason? I don't think I fixed anything, but what if? Oh, that's the wrong repository to do it though. How would I do a game jam when I can just ask AI to do it for me? Is AI does GMTK disallow AI? You can do both, right? Is there rules? I don't see AI. You must not use generative AI to make art or audio assets for your each page. But AI can make on the code. However, we are only able to actively police the use of generative AI for art and audio assets. Yes, they're just saying we cannot check that you did not use AI to generate code, so whatever. Generate code that makes art, indeed. Mm. If not the sound issue, what else would I do though? Save file versioning. Maybe this one? Or maybe we just wait for Rust to compile the entire stream. And if it's successfully compiled in 1 minute from scratch, then we just start the process again, right? Oh, that's the wrong thing. This thing. There we go. The game compiled. Is it still in the left ear? It is. Alright, even though I have updated everything. Alright. So we have officially a bug. We officially have a bug. Okay. Now, let's just go to source. Main. We have a loading screen. Loading assets. Universal has a custom font here. Interesting. Sounds. Just say .play here, right? And that's it. That's all he's doing for the sounds, just playing some sound effects. Okay. So can I just say over here, menu loading screen? Huh? Okay, fine. I just want to minimize the thing, right? So run returns option T. This is a loading screen for T. Okay. Loading screen. New loading. Assets load everything. Yeah, this thing load everything. It returns the context. Yeah, so I have the assets here. What do I do this? Assets, sounds. Click.play. I cannot do that there. And to enable the autoplay, I mean, for that to work, right? Wait, it didn't even try to do anything. Hello, Betseg. Sounds, click play. Can I do something like this? If I have the context. While let some event is gang window events next. Wait. Flat event mouse press. Then context sounds click play. Maybe this? Because like on the web you cannot play sounds as soon as it loads, right? Yeah, there you go. So I'm clicking and it's in the left ear. All right. And the sound, just to make sure, the sound itself is this. Which is not in the left ear. All right. Okay. Can I minimize the example even further? What if, where's my main? Where is my main? What if I completely remove this? Async function gang main. Result. So I'll just have the sound. Sound is gang asset manager load. Sounds click.wav, like that. Okay, like that's the very simple thing, and it still is in the left ear. Nice. So we can basically remove the entire game code. We can remove literally everything, right? Yes, I remove this. I remove that. Remove this. Remove that. Remove this. Remove this. Remove this. Remove this. I just want to have the minimized example. Main. And also, let's minimize the actual main too then. Yeah, what if I just do that? Function main. Gang run test async, gang async that. Wrap. No mods, no anything, just that. Everything else I'm going to remove. That's the only thing. AI is gonna kill us all. By corporations pushing it so much energy and accelerating global warming. Okay, yeah, this is the example. All right. So what if I try this example, but inside the actual engine over here? Right? Because isn't this like literally the same thing? Let's copy all of that. Let's have the create. No, let's have examples. That's link cider. I want Gink. I want examples. I want sounds. I want this. All right, but so this one is going to be assets. I guess I don't think the sound actually matters, so we just say hello wolf here. And then I just try this. Package sample sound. Because that's literally the same code, right?
Hello.
But this is not in the one ear. So what's different? Okay. What's different? Wait, what is actually different? Nothing is different. The sound is different. The file is different. Does the file matter? Copy. Amp. Assets. Sounds. Click WAV. Into example. Sound assets. Okay, let's load click WAV here. There's no way that matters, right? Wait, it actually matters. Wait, what? So okay, so wait, the sound is different. Wait, maybe this is then not a bug in my code. Okay, maybe this is a bug somewhere else. There's no way. There's no way this is a bug. Let's write some JavaScript. Or wait. Let's go to the other example then. Let's go to the other, like to the web audio API crate, I guess. Over here. And let's copy this into example. Just this, so I have the click WAV in this place. I'm going to copy click WAV there, and this thing is going to load click.wav. I remove the right earness, and I try that. Does anyone hear a sound? I don't hear a sound. It's because there's the filters and everything, right? Let's remove the filter. Oh wait, is trunk serve watch a thing? Build, watch, and serve the Rust Wasm app and all of its assets. Why is it not watching though? Why is it not watching for me? This is in the left ear. All right. Why? If I disconnect the panner. This is basically JavaScript at this point. This is basically this is me just loading the sound, creating the audio buffer source node, which is parsed from over there, and then just doing that. Okay. All right, let's try JavaScript. This is just going to the audio test. Let's go there. Okay, Index HTML. Head. Body. Is that how you do HTML, right? HTML, potentially. That's how you do it. And then we have a script. Where is the script? Inside the body here. Document. Unload. This function. Document. On click. This function. Alert. Hi. Let's do something like how do you serve Python HTTP server? $8,000. This didn't alert. Window. Why is it not alerting? Console. Some extension stuff. Document body. Style is width 100 VW, height 100 VH. Document get element by tag name body. Add no code actions. Event listener. Click. Is that different somehow? Meow meow. Hello, Brainoid. Why is my JavaScript not working? Document unload is probably like not the correct thing. Console log loaded. Yeah, sure. That's why. Document unload. Because already is loaded or what? Document dot whatever. Let's just do that. Loaded. Add event listener is not a function. Document get element. This returns HTML collection of gets elements. Get element by ID body. Okay, ID body. Just do that. Just do that. Hi. Okay, the alert happens. All right, now we need to add the sounds, right? Okay. So we do new audio context. Audio is this audio decode audio data. Buffer audio data. Function main. It's going to be async. And then I'm going to call it. So we await that. And then this gives me the audio buffer. Right? Now the question is, what is the audio data? what is the audio data? Fetch. Fetch. Click.wav. Await fetch. Dot array buffer. Audio data. This is supposed to be what? Array buffer, right? So we just await that. Audio data. That's how I do it. So now we have the audio buffer, and then after that we just say audio create buffer source. It's a source node. This is audio buffer source node. Buffer. This is a property, audio buffer. So we just assign this to audio buffer. We say node start. And then I also say node connect to audio destination. Right? Is that the only thing that I need to do to play the audio? And then we need to copy the click. Right, let's try. Okay, this works in the JavaScript. Okay, if this works in JavaScript, then what's the difference between JavaScript and Rust? Okay, because this crate is literally supposed to do the same thing. Hello, farmer. I have a bug, but I don't know where. What am I doing today? I'm looking for the audio bug. It looks like in my audio crate, but I'm not sure what exactly is it yet. It makes the sound go in one ear. Let's try this again. Like WAV. So this is the same example, but in Rust. I have the thing. Okay, I mean it's not exactly the same. Maybe I need to figure out why is it not the same. So I load click WAV file. I create the buffer source node. I set the buffer, and then I connect the source to the destination, and then I just start it, right? I started with the offset of 0, but it should be the same thing as just start, right? Yeah. So yeah, I just loaded the bytes, and then I decoded the audio. That's literally what I wrote in my JavaScript. And then I do this on click. Yeah. Oh, I set the position of the listener. I set the orientation. Oh, that's maybe why. Maybe that is why. Hold on. Let's see. Just... yeah, see, it's in one ear here. If I don't set position and orientation, the audio is still in one ear. Okay, just to make sure, this is the thing, right? This is the code. I create the new audio context. I load the bytes. I decode the audio. And then on click, I'm creating the audio buffer source node. I set the buffer, I connect to the destination, and I start the thing. This is literally the same as my JavaScript. And the audio is in one ear. Okay. Well, let's see what's different. Oh, I have playback position node. What if it is potentially the playback position node that's breaking things? I use it, playback position node. Hold on. I can try copying this here. Playback position node. Audio buffer. So I just use it instead of the audio buffer source node, literally. Okay, let's try. Let's try if this changes anything. How do I load it? How do I load this thing? Require? Do you do require? Do you do import? Playback. How do you do this? Import declaration may only appear at top level of a module. So this is not a module. Right? And to say something here. Script. Type. I mean, this is just application JavaScript, right? But I want JavaScript module script. Type is import map. What? Script type is module. Okay. Not application JavaScript module. That's what I do. Okay, so now I say here not create buffer source node, right? We have constructor out of the context. Yeah, so we say new playback position node from the audio. Instead of this. That's the difference, right? Wait, what? Is this how you comment things out? What? Invalid character. Why is it trying to do that even? I'm commenting things. Playback position node is not defined. In JavaScript, I can only import. How does importing works? Oh my god, my VS Code is like broken. What? It's like hanging. Am I using all the all the RAM for some reason? Maybe no. Import. How do you import in JavaScript? Import. What is the width? Oh, with type JSON. Okay. Import colors. And to import the things, right? Yeah, like that. So I import playback position node. Right? That's what I do. And it is in the one ear. Okay, I figured it out. Did I write the audio module yourself? This thing, I might have touched it. This is based on this thing. And then there's position hacks, composite audio, something something, web audio API issues. So like the problem is that web audio API does not expose the playback position, but I need the playback position, right? So the way it is being done is that it creates a thing and then that is trying to, it creates like the two channels. The channel merger node is what we have here, right? Channel splitter and channel merger. Audio buffer source node. This basically is extending the audio buffer source node so that we can have the access to the current playback position. And it makes it go into the one ear, so which means that there is a bug here. I think yeah, like I have this this thing, right? I have this thing. So it literally, so it depends on the sound on this on the file, it seems to, on the source file. Let's read this code. We create a buffer, audio buffer source node. It extends the interface of the source node with the playback position property. We have buffer source, audio buffer source node. We have splitter node. We have this. When I say what the buffer is, we create a new buffer which contains the time data, which has the original audio buffer length, the same sample rate, the number of channels is the same +1. So basically, yeah, we extend the audio buffer with one more channel, which contains the time data, right? The first channels that were from the original audio buffer just get copied directly. And then the last one, so this is the index of the last channel. So the last channel just has the data, which is this. So like basically for each frame, what is the current playback position, which is I divided by length times duration. Which makes sense, right? So we do that. Then we change the buffer to be the new buffer in our buffer source. Yes. Then we connect this one to the splitter. And a splitter node, so this is a channel splitter node, it can connect. We connect each of the outputs to each of the inputs. So splitter is connected to the out, which is the channel merger node. and we only connect the first audio channels. We don't connect the audio, the time data. The time data is not connected because that's something that we are not supposed to hear. And then the audio data is being analyzed. So we connect the so splitter connect so we connect the last channel, which is containing the audio data, to the analyzer node. So we can extract the position data. So we have the analyzer. So analyzer can later be used to get the current playback position, right? So we get float time domain data, this sample holder. Yeah, I guess because that's the API of the analyzer node, it gets the data, puts it into the float array. Yeah, sure. So that's it, yes. I think maybe yeah. And then when I actually connect this node, we connect the output, which is the merged nodes. So like basically we go through the splitter, and then into the merger. So we split our original audio buffer into its channels, and then we merge the channels back. Yep. Oh, what's the problem? Let's see. Oh, wait. Maybe this audio is mono? Hold on. How many channels do we have in the audio buffer? Maybe audio buffer is mono or something. And then to fix this one, audio buffer. Because like I am imagining, because I'm connecting splitter to the no, this is the channel mergers. Like it's the same amount of channels, yeah. Yeah, but maybe there is something. Maybe there's something times 1 ear. Yeah, you know, like maybe like the problem with this WAV file is that it has a single track. It's not a stereo track, but it's a mono track. And then it's been done incorrectly, right? So let's do console log audio buffer. Yeah, let's just do console log audio buffer here. So this is the audio buffer, right? We have the number of channels 1. I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem. I need to, yeah, channel merger interface, also used in conjunction with its opposite, channel splitter node. It reunites different mono inputs into a single output. Each input is used to fill a channel to the output. This is useful for accessing each channel separately, for performing channel mixing. Mono audio doesn't mean it'll play in a single ear. Yeah, but I mean, the way we are doing this here, maybe because I'm creating the channel merger node, which, so like, let's just try to connect it directly. Can I connect it directly? Right, because I'm connecting the buffer source node to the splitter, and then splitter is connected to the output, and to the output, which has like indices of the things, right? You know what I mean? Let's try this first. Let's get rid of the analyzer node and sample holder. Let's simplify this code a little bit. I don't want the buffer with data. I want to maybe have the original buffer. So buffer with data is figured out over here. So let's instead of this, I'll just do the original buffer. Analyzer node is not needed. And splitter. Wait. Yeah, I think this is already the problem. Channel merger node. I think this is already the problem. This out. Wait, where's out is... Yeah, out is just connected like that. Hello, Nigel. Yeah, I think this is the problem. Channel splitter, channel merger node probably has options. Number of inputs. So what happens if the number... So since we are not specifying the number of inputs of the merger node, it's assuming that the number of channels is the same as the audio context itself, probably. I think channel merger node. How long is my demo? It's about 1 hour. Hello there. You can do it in half an hour if you don't go for the extra levels, I guess. I mean, it depends how good are you at solving puzzles, too. Channel merger interface. This is useful. Sure. If channel merger node has one single output, but as many inputs as there are channels to merge, the number of inputs is defined as a parameter of its constructor and the call to this. In the case of no value is given, it will default to 6. What? If no value is given, the default is 6? The number of inputs is 6. Left, right, S. Oh wait, yeah. Look at this. Look at this. I think this image also already describes this. The first channel is just the left ear, right? But for a mono track, we just connect the first input, which just gets us the first ear. What is SL and SR? So we default to 6. Using a channel merger node, it is possible to create outputs with more channels than rendering hardware is able to process. In that case, when the original signal is sent to the audio context listener, the supernumerary channels will be ignored. So in the web audio, we basically have the 6 channels. Is that correct? Why do we have 6 channels? Where's the definition of the 6 channels? Channel count 2. Channel interpretation, speakers. I understand the problem, but like, but this is what I'm interested in now. Let's ask ChatGPT, I guess. When will we start using GPU for audio? Do we do that already? I don't know. Maybe some people do it. In web audio API, what do the 6 channels of channel merger node mean? So this one is used to combine multiple mono inputs into a single multi-channel output. The number 6 you're referring to likely means that channel was created with 6 inputs, which is typical. With it's 5.1 surround mix. So we have a front left, front right, center, low frequency effect, subwoofer, surround left, surround right. That's what it means. Okay. So this code is incorrect. But what do I need to do? What if I create a channel merger with just one input? It will accept one mono input. The output will be a one channel mono audio stream. Like, don't I just initialize the thing? Like the channel merger node? The number of inputs should be equal to the audio buffer. Let's undo that. Yeah, what if I just do this over here, but then this context, I just want to have like the number of inputs to be equal to audio buffer number of channels. Can I just do this? So the number of channels is the amount of inputs in the channel merger node, right? That's what was missing here, I think. Let's try. It works now. All right, I fixed it. I think I fixed it. So we move this to here. Oh. Yeah, like it depends on the file. That's why the bug was there sometimes and sometimes wasn't there. That can be discarded. That can be discarded. So we just have the playback position node like this. Now, that's the only difference. That's the only difference. Fix mono audio. And now we can try, for example, Nertzel's game, right? This one. And then we just do Let's first, once again, see that it is right now in the one ear. Oh, wait. Let's just discard all changes here. There we go. Actually, let's discard this one too. All right. And then all that I do is I do cargo update package gang web audio API. Still making Nerdsl game, I see. Yeah. All right, and then I just say run again, and it's supposed to be fixed. I got an SSL connect error. Yeah. With the reason 0 too. Wait. That's not the game yet. Hold on. There we go. This is the one. There we go. Now it's in the both ears. This game is laggy in the debug build. All right, nice. So now I can just do it. Let's make a fork. Let's make a pull request for Nerdsl. Remember, will fix my game for me too. Wait, what's your game? Is it broken? Is it also in Rust in my engine? Then it will be fixed. Yes. Wait, did we have the same issue in like in the what it's called, the GTA that we did? Salmoning has good audio. All right. So I just introduced this new, yeah, I guess like, so the bug was introduced only for the sound effects that were having one channel. So they were mono sound files, single channel sound files. And then it was introduced when I added the feature to get the current playback position. Whenever I did that. Yeah. It was probably after summoning then. Friends are supposed to force push changes to master. I don't have the access to the repository. Uh, Can Can you code review my Java? Sure. Show me your Java. Why did you write Java? Oh, because of Minecraft? Of course. Did you actually make, like, is this a plugin? Source main Java. A voice plugin. Wait, did you write a voice plugin? What is this code? Did you write too much Go? If error is not nil? If error is nil, then return. Where exactly do you want me to look? What is this? If sample clamp to avoid overflow. Floats to shorts. Oh. Shorts to floats. So is 32768 actually the biggest float? Why is some of this 8 and one of this is 7? Because your floats are from 0 to 1, but 1 is excluded, right? It's not even from 0 to 1. It's from -1 to 1, but -1 is included. And +1 is excluded. Because that's how integers work, I guess. Wait, is that how integers work? Wait, hold on. I'm confused now. Is the maximum negative integer bigger than the maximum positive integer? Yeah, maybe it is. ChatGPT wrote that function. Yes, actually. By 1. Yeah. Alright, fine. Set opus encoded data. What's opus? Objectives. Oh, we have all of the spoilers here. Here's all of the objectives that we're going to have. And of course there is catch a fish. Right. Maybe I will not look there for not having any spoilers. Opposite the audio compression algorithm. Alright. Okay, what do I do now? I wrote some JavaScript. Now what? Now what? First question, why do you have class? Wait, where? In my JavaScript? Well, JavaScript is an object-oriented language, right? You have classes there. We extend the thing. I don't think, like, is there a thing like extends? There actually is. Why don't we just actually extend the audio buffer source node here? Not sure. All right, what should I do? Work on Linksider? I feel lazy now after writing JavaScript. Cast. I mean, cast would mean more JavaScript, I guess. Yeah, I'm not going to just cast today. Maybe next time. I fixed the audio bug. Did you work on Gemjar? Nah. No. I just need to add something to the game.
When does Kuviman rename himself to Coolaman?
Why do I need to rename myself? To do a glitch cat update? And no, I didn't use it. I'm not using it myself anymore. I guess I could add an X flake to it. I can add the support for Nix there. You use it? What do you want to update? What do you want it to be updated? I mean, what's there to update? It just works, right? Hot dog mode? Fetch Web Audio API is not used in the graph. Wait, why do I have a patch even? Web Audio API. Branch default buffer size. Wait a second. Wait a second. Default buffer size. Let me see. Let me see this. GitHub Web Audio API. Pull requests. Closed. Movieman. Android buffer size. No, well, hold on. This one is specifically Android buffer size, right? And I want to go for the default buffer size. Can I see if like my if my branch was used to make a pull request? Because I don't remember. I want to see the branch. Like there's Android buffer size and there's a default buffer size. This one is one commit ahead of the main, which means that it was not merged, right? Okay, what did I do here? There was something important for sure, right? Or maybe not. I just commented the line for the buffer size to be preferred to be this. Why did I do that? Maybe I was just playing around with this thing. I don't remember. Maybe it's fine. Okay, I just don't patch here. What about the async broadcast? Fix wasm again. Didn't they merge this one? I think they did. Fix wasm again. No, this is ahead of the master. Ah. Pull requests. Movieman. Fix compile into wasm. Wait. If this is from my branch, okay, okay, sure. Is there like a simpler way to find if my branch was actually used to do the pull request? Maybe like some graph insights. Merged pull request 0. Network. Yeah, like you see, fix wasm again, and then it's not. Oh, there's this pull. Oh, maybe because they like squashed my commit or something. Yeah, the commit message is different. Maybe that happens when you, yeah, because the commit is literally the same. It's just because they squashed it, right? Okay, fine. It just means that I can remove this this patch. I can just remove this patch. Think. I mean, we can check. Like, it's just not going to compile to WASM if it wasn't. If it's not fixed there. All right, let's find something actually useful that I should be working on. Game hangs after alt-tabbing for a while. Might be only on Windows. But this one is going to be fixed. Learning Haskell. I already know Haskell. What's to learn there? I was actually considering like rewriting cast from scratch in like another language, but then I was looking up like which language is faster to compile, Rust or Haskell, and Haskell is going to be slower, I'm pretty sure. Is Haskell faster to compile than Rust? The answer is no. It's not faster. Rust is faster. So yeah, I was like thinking for a minute about rewriting cast into Haskell, but then Yeah. Like I could overcome my problems with Haskell the language, right? But the reason for the rewrite would be to fix the compilation times. So if like that's why I was thinking about the rewrite, right? And if I don't go into Haskell and if I go to something else like OCaml is compiling fast, right? Then we'll just lose some things. Well, I mean, compared to Rust, don't lose that much, but I don't know. I remember OCaml being a little annoying in places. I mean, Rust is also annoying in places, so I don't know. I guess we just don't rewrite. Just write it in C. That's going to take 10 years then to do the same thing in C. What about V? What about V? V language. I remember V language was the vaporware, like it was promoting itself, like some language that can do everything, and then but it couldn't do much. There's this thing called V for vaporware. V is for vaporware. Like at least 5 years ago, it was vaporware, right? I don't know what it is right now though. Is V still a vaporware at this point? This is from 2022. In 2022, it was still vaporware. Most of the claims on the website are just not true. Do you expect it takes 10 years, but in reality, it would actually take much less time? No, it will be very annoying to maintain the code base in C, because I will need to copy paste code a lot. Or debug sec faults a lot, I guess, too. Is V still vaporware? In C, you have to actually think about includes. No, V is not vaporware, but it's still unfinished, overpromised, and often frustrating to use. Okay, that's what ChatGPT says. Why many call it vaporware anyway? Makes grand promises, like no undefined behavior, and then it's just not true, right? For example, auto-free is unstable and disabled by default as of January 2025. Here we go. So like this is the Reddit from 4 months ago. Venturing into the V programming language. Why does this matter? While the competition is good because V is taking up much attention while not presenting any improvements, takes away resources that would be going to other projects. Such languages include. Yeah, how about we, instead of trying V, we could try something like, I mean, Odin, I don't think. What about this? Furtherk? Sit7? I don't know. We can take a look. Sit7 is the language with the extensible syntax. What is Furtherk? A small programming language designed to be compiled to efficient parallel code. It's statically typed, data parallel, and purely functional array language. Parallel Presently generates either GPU code via CUDA or an OpenCL or multi-threaded CPU code. .7 is not opening. Oh, there it is. Interpreter, compiler, libraries, documentations, and examples. General purpose language. It's a higher level language compared to Ada, C++, and Java. How does SID7 compare to Haskell, for example? Does SID7 compare to Haskell? So SID7 is imperative procedural, extensible syntax, statically typed but not Hindley-Milner, verbose, Pascal-like, customizable syntax. Syntax and semantics are highly customizable. Compiles to C, then to native code. Mostly maintained by one person. So should we, I don't know. What is this? All this moves to Oil's pub. Our upgrade path from Bash to a better language and runtime. Oh no, is Bash Corp still here? How do you upgrade? Runs your existing shell scripts. Oh wait, this is Osh. This is Weish. Wait, what? What does this even mean? This is two different languages, right? Is Oils two languages? Undefined variable, oops. Read X JSON. Osh is part of the Oils project. It's a modern compatible implementation of the Unix shell. It's focused on scripting and has interactive features. Why use it? It runs existing shell scripts. POSIX shell and Bash. It has become more and more compatible. You get precise error messages. Other shells don't point to the error token. Better error messages. Learn and debug with 3D printing. Correct mode, improve shell script. Enable more than a dozen checks. Error exit was disabled for this construct. What does it even mean? Cannot run functions or procedures while error exit is disabled. With strict mode, your scripts still run under other shells. I don't know what this is. You can upgrade to Weish. Weish is the ultimate glue language. It's like Shell plus Python plus regex plus JSON plus YAML. All the horrors in one. Why would you want to merge these things together? Can you guys do that? Do what? I'm not sure what it's doing. Okay, what about Veil? Veil is fast, safe, and easy programming language. Isn't Veil the language also with the borrow checker? how about the Mojo? Is this done yet? Rail has memory save, single ownership without garbage collection or borrow checker, which makes it easy to write safe fast code. Grid comparisons. Rust, easy, no. Safe, mostly. Fast, yes. Avail, safe, yes. Rust, safe, mostly. Interesting. Comparing with love. We picked these 3 languages because they are our favorites. Programming in Rust is an addictive puzzle game. Easy. Rust is also very difficult. It's as complex as C++ and throws it all at programmer at once. Unless you're brilliant, it's going to take you many months. Eventually you internalize these things, at which point it has clicked. Avails a region borrow checker, doesn't impose the mutability or elicibility restriction on every object, which is the source of Rust difficulties. Avail is 100% memory safe and data race safe, like JavaScript, and safer than Rust and C++. Rust is somewhere in between. It is safe by default, except it has unsafe code. So Avail doesn't have unsafe code. Avail plans to have a memory safe unsafe block. Wait, what? A safe unsafe block? It will use the region borrow checker to keep the safe region's data separate from the unsafe region data and allowing safe communication between them. C++ is way more complex than Rust, I guess. For now. Rust is very fast. C++ is the fastest. The borrow checker indirectly incurs only a little runtime overhead, often negligible. Hold on. What does this mean? What do you mean borrow checker has the runtime cost? 5. The borrow checker influences our programs to put more objects into centralized vecs and hash maps, which incur more bounds checking and hashing costs than other languages would in the same situation. You're saying because of the borrow checker you have more checks. You write the code that has more checks. But don't you do the same in C++? I guess, like... it depends who's writing C++. Like, the way we write C++, we wrote C++ at work, is that you're just over, like, you are being very paranoid and you are trying to just make sure that there is no undefined behavior, which leads to more overhead than in Rust, than I usually write. But, yeah. And then there are still bugs. Why use C++ like that? Or you can just use C. Basically, we start with generational references and then remove the vast majority of the generation checks by using. Okay, they have generational references instead of the things. It is, of course, impossible to match C++ speed in theory. What? I mean, in theory, the C++, you just match C++ speed by having C++, right? The majority of programs Avail could approach it, sometimes even surpass it. Start with generational references, then remove the vast majority of the generation checks. So basically, pointers in Veil is like 2 pointers. So automatically runtime cost, right? Am I right? That's what they say. Generation references. It's a pointer plus the generation. And then sometimes you still have the generation check. Sometimes it removes it automatically. Object permissions such as ISO and unit to inform the type system that these objects have no aliases. To skip all generation checks for those objects. Hybrid generational memory, which combines multiple generation checks into one ahead of time. The region borrow checker to temporarily run any pre-existing data, temporarily turn any pre-existing data immutable. To skip generation checks when accessing them. By our estimation, a surprisingly high percentage of functions drop to 0 memory safety overhead. And we use these techniques together as in this snippet. Cellular automata. Consider corners adjacent bool. Rand reference to the rand. Map is a pattern map bool. In C++, you are not even thinking on that level. You are busy figuring out if you need to call std launder with std align storage t-type, which your coworkers tell you to update to std align storage tt, which is the same, but then your new coworker says they are both outdated and dangerous. The 3 good parts are diamond inheritance, overloading the comma operator, and the virtual keyword. The order in which you write the inheritance list matters. The Veil compiler is written in Scala for its great development speed. Oh wait, what about Scala? Maybe I should do Scala? However, Scala is slow as heck. Oh, maybe we don't do Scala. Veil, C++, Rust, and JavaScript have different strengths. Compared to Veil, JavaScript is very simple. Rust imposes a lot of extra complexity, but makes memory management more explicit. This is better for embedded development or overly memory constrained environments. Veil's higher RAI. Higher RAI, the pattern that saved me a vital 5 hours. Higher RAI is based on C++ RAI, which automatically calls a zero-argument, non-returning function, often called a structure, just before we destroy an object. Higher RAI does that, plus much more. With higher RAI... Oh wait, push-ups? Hold on. 1 second. With higher RAI, we can ensure that we eventually call any function. Even ones with parameters, return values, even ones that don't destroy the object. Imagine that you're dropping your laptop off at a repair shop. They tie a wristband with an ID number around your wrist. This is a higher RAI wristband, in that you are not able to remove it. You will remove this wristband from your wrist when you pick your laptop up. When you get home, you absent-mindedly try to remove the wristband and suddenly realize that you forgot to pick up your laptop. So you get back to your car and go to exchange. With higher RAI, you can turn any object into the wristband. What is it with this, like, that other language that's, like, was talking about the spaceships and like, seats in a spacecraft? This one is about the wristbands, for some reason. C++ uses a promise to send data to another thread's future. For example, thread A calls my int promise set value 1337. Thread B calls my future get, which waits and receives. The programmer must remember to call set value. However, sometimes the programmer forgets, and then thread B waits forever. In Veil, we can use higher IE to enforce that we set the value before destroying the promise. Derive struct drop. Promise T. Future is a reference to future. Promise is just a reference to future. Set value and destroy. Self, which is promise team. New value, which is team. We do this, and then we destruct self. Every object has exactly one owning reference pointing to it. For example, the parameter self promise is an owning reference, and future is not an owning reference because it's a reference. Yes. So I own the promise which contains a reference. Sure. The compiler normally automatically destructs the object when we destroy its owning reference containing scope. However, the derive struct drop instructs the compiler to never automatically do that, but instead throw a compiler error. Oh, this is like, okay, this is like a linear type. Why don't they just say linear type? It's just, you must use the object. Somehow, right? You need to move it somewhere else. Or destruct it. Explicitly. I guess. Yeah, this is good. Why cannot we have this in Rust? Like, what's stopping Rust from doing that? Why do they call it higher IE? I don't know. Because they were high? when they were inventing the name? I don't know. Let me do the push-ups. And my bot, I guess, is also broken. The token hash map. I made a token hash map class that used higher IE to make sure I remember to remove things from it. For context, in roguelike games, we often need to know if there is a unit 3. If there is a unit in a particular spot in the world. So we have a location to unit cache, basically a hash map from location to a reference to a unit. This map must be carefully maintained. When we make a unit, we add it to the location to unit cache with its location. When we destroy a unit, we remove it from the cache. However, in the past years, I have forgotten to remove it from the cache. This caused units to see other units that are no longer alive, costing me precious hours. Luckily, higher IE can help with this. Let's make our special token hash map class. When we add something to the hash map, we get a hash map token back. Should have written the bot in a language with higher IE. Just use weak map, it's easy. I'm wondering how the reference. So like they say that they call these things the generational references, which basically means that they are using weak references. So you can have a reference to an object, but they also have generation there, which effectively turns all of the references in this language into a weak reference automatically, as far as I understand it. So like because a reference doesn't mean that the reference exists. Maybe. Like in some specific cases they do the borrow checking, but sometimes they do the runtime check. That's what they said in the other place. So anyway, luckily Hirai can help with this. Let's make our special tokened hashmap class. When we add something to the hashmap, we get a hashmap token back. We cannot destroy a hashmap token. This is like the above wristband. We can destroy by removing it from the hashmap. So basically, yeah, this is just a linear type. In this case, we cannot just destruct it, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I guess, like, I'm interested when you can do the destruct. Like... I would imagine, like, it should be possible based on, like... Like this is a special construct in the language, right? It's not just a function which is like public or private. But whether you can use it on a type depends on, like, if you're in the same module or not, something like that, probably. At a certain point, you run out of space on your arm for more wristbands. Yeah, so yeah, this is a linear type. You have a token, and then you remove the thing from the hash map by giving it the token back. Yeah, so which means that you cannot forget to remove something from the hash map. This is a specific hash map from which you must remove all the elements explicitly. I kind of like this API. I don't know, like, if I would ever need to use it though. Like they have this specific example. How can remove has the signature? What's the problem with the signature? Remove must be followable, right? No. I'm assuming, so like, I guess like the token is like the it's not only linear type, it's also it's not copyable, right? You have the key and the token, right? What if you remove from the wrong map? Yeah, I guess you are right. You can remove from the wrong map. Indeed. Which is why you want to also add branding to this. So in Rust, this would be done through like a lifetime, for example. I mean, we can do types as branding too, I guess. Yeah, the token must be connected to the hash map from which it came. You're right. Well, I mean, it's already better than nothing, though, right? Technically. By just making sure that once you added something to the hash map, you need to, like, remove it later. The thing just panics, congrats. Yeah. This can be though safer, like I said with branding, similarly to how they do it in the ghost cell. By the way, look at this. Look at this over here. They have self inner remove key, and this also has the same signature, basically, right? With they just don't have the token there. So this thing also just returns the value. It doesn't return an optional value, right? So they have exceptions in the language, I guess. Because like a normal hash map for sure should have a different signature, right? Bam, bam, bam. Fail. Fail. Dev. Guide. All right, let's see here. They have they don't say exceptions here. Okay, regions are also interesting, but collections. Arrays doesn't often need a one doesn't often need arrays because lists are easier, but arrays can be faster. I don't know. Let's ask ChatGPT. Does Veil have exceptions? No, they don't have tradition exceptions. So they just panic? Veil promotes safe explicit error handling. Okay. ChatGPT tells me that that's not right. How do you index an array, for example, then? Like over here, say RI, right? They don't talk about the checks here. Where's the documentation? Do they have documentation? Higher R. Docs. Type erasure for faster compile times. Standard library, source, collections, hash map. Oh wait, GitHub cannot even highlight the veil. Function contains key k ref m v h e self reference to a hash map of kvhe and a key k. Not self get is empty. Oh wait, hold on. So self get returns something that's like an option. Function get. This one returns optional reference. Sure. So maybe just the example is incorrect then. No, over here, remove returns v, right? Remove returns v and not optional v. Original index old node is inner remove. Inner remove. Returns int and hashmap node. Find index. So we have a maybe index, which find index of key, and then we say index maybe index.get. Oh wait, hold on. So you just have option. You have an optional, and you can just get it. This is like unwrapping the option, right? Where is option? Impl opt t for none t. Wait, opt is a trait? Interface opt t, where t ref. Struct some t, where t ref. Struct none. Wait, what? Does Veil have ADT? You have struct number implements expression instead. Okay, so that's what they do it. All right. Okay. They do ADT with dynamic types. Yeah, that's what it looks like, which is fine to me. It's fine. I don't think it's like. I think this cannot be done with zero cost though. But sure. I mean, I don't know. Zero cost is not their goal, really, right? Or is it? Impl t opt t for actually have two t's. Yeah. Sealed interface opt t. Wait, hold on. Wait, and the interface doesn't have anything inside of it? So wait, what is t? What is opt t even? Derive interface drop. It means that you cannot drop this. What does it mean? Function is empty. I want function get. Oh yeah, there you go. Panic. There we go. There we go. Look at this panic. I found it. Found you. So yeah, they're just going to panic if you try to remove the non-existent key from a hash map. Interface might be the data layout, like an abstract class in C++. Boom, boom. Wait, how does it work in C++ actually? How does it work in C++? If I have struct A, int x, and I have struct B, which is A, which has int y, can I have A is B? Does this work? I forget my C++. How do you do this? X is 1, y is 2. Can I do that? How do you initialize this? B, like this. How does this work? It compiles, but it will not work. Like, hold on. Bx is 1, by is 2, right? Just so that, like, it actually is there. Look up slicing in C++. C++ slicing. What is object slicing? Slicing is where you assign an object of a derived class to an instance of a base class, thereby losing part of the information. Oh, wait, what? Oof. Okay. Yeah. You don't truly lose the information, you should store it inside a pointer, right? So that you can cast it back then. But if you do just that, then you actually lose the information. Alright. Wait, how does slicing work if you have a diamond pattern? If you have a B, A, and then you have struct C, A, which has a Z, and then you have a struct D, which is B and C. D, dx is 1, dy is 2, dz is 3, dw is 4. And then we say not A, because A is obvious, kind of, in this situation. But what about C? So does it slice it? Does it actually slice it properly then? Because, like, it's not a contiguous, memory then, right? All the memory layout guarantees go away as soon as you do any form of inheritance, so even the basic case of slicing is not guaranteed to behave the way it is intuitively described. You need to know all of this when debugging, it can hit you any moment. Also, fun fact, struct foo is 1 byte. Yeah, I know that. I remember reading this, that you don't have zero size types in C++, so Rust is obviously better. Non-static member X found in multiple base class. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm going from B and C, and so it doesn't... Okay, I see. So it doesn't even compile here. Because it can come through B, A can come through B, and it can come through C. can you have a syntax which does that? Okay, I can just comment this out though, right? And then things just work. I'm just wondering what is going to be the like the out DZ CZ no. It's 3, like it's supposed to. So it's like it's doing it properly, right? What if I say B is D, and I see out B BY. It's done properly, right? So how does this even? Okay, whatever. I mean, slicing is yeah. No, I didn't do that much C++, I guess. Sounds scary. Panics in Veil cannot be exceptions with unrolling because if they encounter a high array object, they try to unlock. Yeah. That's right. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's like in general. I guess that is why Rust doesn't have linear types actually. Because linear types don't work well with cancellation, which is unwinding. Right? Because you need to basically tell what to do if we unwind. Like, let's say that you have code that actually uses the thing, but then it panics inside, then you need to provide the handler for the unwind code, right? Which is why we use the drop bomb. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like the unsolvable thing. You just need to have the handler for the cancellation, but because in Rust, in current Rust at least, every function may panic, you need to have the cancellation guards everywhere. So because in cast I have the unwinding as a separate feature, and like only some of the functions can be like you basically need like unwind safety, but not everywhere, only in the code that is potentially unwinding. You'd have the cancellation handler in every single thing. Yeah. In Rust, you need to have it in every single thing. Well, I mean, it's not really in every single thing, I guess. Like, I guess you just have code like this. You have function foo, for example, and then you have like let x be some linear type, right? So over here you say like drop x like explicitly, right? But because the code over here, you have some code that panics, right? Because you have this code, this drop might not actually be called. So what you do is you wrap the entire thing basically. As soon as you construct a linear type, you just say basically try, and then like on like over here, whatever you say, whatever you call it. Like I would probably call it like on unwind, because that's what I call it. Unwinding in general. It's not only about the panics. In Rust you just unwind with only panics, right? But whenever you unwind, which would also happen when you like break out of the loop or like return from a function, all of that is kind of unwinding, I guess. So every time you unwind, you drop. So like that's basically the explicit drop then, but with linear types. That's technically what Rust already generates for you. Ugh. Any fallible function needs to have a handler that captures all the references that are needed for any cleanup in scope. Which might be more expensive at the end. Then just having objects. The only thing they need for cleanup. Right? Might be more expensive than just having objects only things they need for cleanup. Well, I mean, just imagine Rust, but where the drop must be explicit, right? Then you would need to write this code, and then you actually have like linear types, but like but you need to actually explicitly call drop. So yeah, but yeah, in like, but you have the option to not store the things like for cleanup inside of this type, like you have to do in Rust. You can actually use some other variable for cleaning up, which actually makes it less expensive. No, like potentially. In Rust, you would have to basically make a new type, which like moves all of the things inside. And does that in the like basically this handler becomes the drop implementation of that type. All right, what are we doing? I guess we're not doing much today. Let's go on and so do I want to try Veil then? Sounds like they are promising the things. But then, I don't know. What are the things that are written in Veil? What are some things that are written in Veil? As of mid-2025, Veil still as an emerging. What do you mean? Why are you saying me what I can do with Veil? I was asking what is done with Veil, so nothing. You want linear types so bad? What are the languages with linear types? List of languages with linear types. There's Haskell. Haskell has this thing. Idris has native support for linear types, apparently. Oh, Furtherk, right? I was literally... Didn't I get this in a tab? What's Furtherk? Furtherk. Oh yeah, I just closed it immediately. All right, so this is the one that you can write GPU code in. So average over the list of floating point numbers, you just reduce it, starting with 0, and using the plus operator, and then it just automatically does it in parallel, right? Furtherk is not intended to replace any existing general-purpose languages. The intended use case is that Furtherk is only used for relatively small but computer-intensive parts of an application. The Furtherk compiler generates code that can be easily integrated with non-Furtherk code. For example, you can compile Furtherk program to a Python that uses OpenCL to execute code on the GPU, yet looks like any other Python module. We can also generate the more conventional C code, which can be accessed from any language within FFI. Alright. I guess I will not use that. Rust ownership mimics linear types. I mean, it's not exactly linear. It's a affine type system in Rust because you can drop it, right? It's just very close to being linear. Slightly curved. Is Mojo Lang done yet? Latest album review is 25. It was in February. It remains closed source. The standard library is open source. Python interop. VS Code debugging. What is this website? Why is it not loading? Get item, set item. Alright, this looks much like Python. So I will hate it, but is it actually usable? Unsafe pointers. GPU. Is there any projects written in Mojo? Demonstrating the growing ecosystem. Awesome Mojo. Image processing libraries. Make a game in Mojo. No, I don't think I will rewrite the link cider, but I don't know. I might want to try to rewrite the cast potentially. My cargo check is running for 30 seconds in cast. But I don't know if it's like it's more painful than with the than with the game now. What am I doing? I don't know. Not much. I mean, it depends. Like what I touch, I guess. Let's see. Project cast. If I cargo check here, this is 0.33 seconds, right? But if I touch something like crates, inference, source lib, and then I try cargo checking. Okay, this is just 144 seconds. This is not that bad. It's because I just touched it, right? I didn't do much. Or is it Clippy? Is it Clippy that is 30 seconds? Is Clippy just slower? Maybe it's just Clippy? Maybe I should just do cargo check. Maybe Clippy is just like 1,000 times slower than cargo check. Like, look at this. It only was compiling my code, right? Yeah. All of the dependencies are already checked. Look how slow this is. What is it? What is Clippy doing? I just need to disable Clippy. That's why my experience is bad. It took 30 seconds. Okay. I think that's like in general. Maybe. So maybe I just need to change my Rust analyzer to use the cargo check, and then I will just have a much better time writing my Rust code. Rust. Because I have it set to Clippy, and Clippy is just running for 30 seconds. I'm glad you also get the error size warning now. Yeah, which is why I was actually thinking, like, maybe we could do like in Veil, right? When they do the enums as basically like I feel like I want my enums to automatically be put into the heap. I might try to like a macro for this. Nah, do you think I don't want that? Just the air variant? I mean, my enums are like... Okay, fine. You know what? We're going to work on cast a little bit. Working on cast. It's fine. If I... Yeah, first of all, let me make sure that I don't use Clippy. Check on save. Where is the configuration? Rust analyzer. General. Check on save. Check. Yeah, so this one should just be used check. Should I just remove this? And that's it? No, expect a non-empty string. I must write check there. Okay. Let's see. Maybe I'm just going to love writing code again. Yeah. Did I enable Copilot? No. I don't care about AI. But like, is it like even okay if I have these structs that take 72 bytes all of the time? Like, this is not the big one actually. The big ones is my intermediate representation, the expression, like this over here. This one is 336 bytes. This is just an enum. Like, I think there is also a warning where the different variants of an enum take different sizes, right? Well, I mean, I guess in this case, it's we have the data, and the date is 96 already, right? This is just the data that I associate with every node and my expressions. 336 is maybe a bit intense, yeah. I feel like that's a big number. I have to keep it in 2 cache lines. What's a cache line? How much is a cache line usually? 64? Yeah. Okay. What do we do for cast though? I was last working on the JavaScript, And we have the guessing number working in JavaScript. Did you see that? We can do cast examples, guess a number. So there's a guessing number game. I say 2, it says greater 5. I guess the number and everything, and I can exit 2. And I can compile this thing to JavaScript and then run this through Node.js, and we have the same thing basically. It guessed the same thing. All right. I made a gaming cast. Yeah, I basically made a gaming cast. So the next step that I was going to go for was to make this work in the browser and not in the Node.js. Once I make it work in the browser, we can like do other stuff in the browser too, right? Okay, so let's do that. Fine. Making a game in browser. Making a guessing game work in browser. Fine. So I want to have the compiler. So we have the target, right? So I need to have a different target, JavaScript, but JavaScript web, something like this, right? Yeah. Compile target. JavaScript node. JavaScript. Wait, what if I do JavaScript? Cast JavaScript, JavaScript engine type, I guess, is what I want. Something like that. Okay, so JS or JavaScript is JavaScript node by default. Sure. Or JS node or JavaScript node. Let's do that. And then I have the JS web, which is intended for browsers. Like this. All right. Rust analyzer. Cargo check failed to start. Unexpected argument A found. Okay. Yeah, I was doing this for allowing the things. I removed that completely. Just revenge sound devs implement debug. Debug. Yeah, can I do like so if I set the Rust analyzer command to cargo check because it's like 1,000 times faster than Clippy, then how do I still get the Clippy warnings in the editor, like, and not in the command line? Because if I run the Clippy in the command line, I will not have the warnings in this list, right? There is an explicit command to do the fly check. But this runs just the check now, because that's what I have set it to, right? Or do you just always look at the terminal then? Can I unfold all? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if I have the compilation target JavaScript with engine being that, then we transpile to JavaScript where this is my engine. Okay. And JavaScript show options pretty. Yeah, I can also do it minimized or pretty. Let's do for now just that. Okay. So I can do cast compile target JS web examples. It's still untested. Guessing number game. Dun, 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 dun. All right. So now I just need to make sure. Yeah. So I have these warnings. The engine type is not being used right now, and then to generate code slightly differently, right? What is the code that is only in available for Node? Well, mostly it's about the context. So like Node context here. Contexts. Create contexts. I feel like I need to create context, and this is the thing that depends. Yeah, like, so I'm doing the default output, default input, right? That's the things that are needed. This one is doing process std out, which is not available on the web, and the read line. Yeah. So instead of that, we do something completely different. So I just match self engine type. If it's Node, then we have this, which is going to be function create contexts node. And this would be self create context for browser, which is going to be a different one. Okay, so for the default output, what do? I just do the console log. We don't do the process std out though, because process std out is not available, right? Process is not available here. All right. Can I have like this console but in a terminal somehow? Can I connect to my browser and have the terminal, like the node in REPL? Connect to browser console from terminal. Too much work. Got it. Okay, so in order to write something in the browser, you know what actually? Can I just do over here? Context is a linked hash map. Like I create an object here, right? Because I need these. Like I want to include this string here. Browser. Let's have a folder JavaScript too, and move this over there. Mod. And I will have a file like browser.js. And I will have a file called node.js. And these are my, like, this is like my code. Something. Maybe like contexts. For browser and for Node, specifically for contexts. Like, what do I want to write here, right? Like, we are initializing the input and output. So I feel like I just need to say what is input and what is output, right? But these just need to be mapped to the different names, yeah. Like I want this, I think. Oh, and I need to also initialize yeah. It's called push raw object that context. Well, I mean, I create them once anyway, right? So why do I need the init code anyway? Yeah, let's move this code first into a file like this. So I am supposed to just have an expression here. I think not code, but an expression. Which initializes the contexts. Which I think I will just do with an anonymous function that is being called immediately. I mean, or I can just have any code here, but... Yeah, I think I just do this. It's fine. Yeah, and then we have the cleanup. Yeah. Okay, so I want to return contexts cleanup. That's what I want. Where I have function cleanup. That would be readline close. And then contexts is the object where I have input and output. Is Copilot good at cast yet? I don't know. Didn't try. Okay. So this is output. Like that. And then input is this. Can you have async closures like that? Is this correct JavaScript? Oh, you can. Okay. You don't need to write the function. Can you return from async function another async, or do you need to await inside then too? Like yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter. Maybe it's better actually that I do it like this. Maybe this is actually better. Okay. This is technically the Node.js, not the browser. So what I want is to get rid of this code completely then. I will get rid of this code completely. But I will say that the source is something. So I will either include string, which is contexts Node.js. Alright, include string, which is context browser.js. So this is the static string. So I will return expression scope. Where is this used? Await call with create contexts. So this can be this actually can be async then. Here, yeah. If we really wanted to, I could have the initialization be async. That's good. I think if you use async keyword without a wait, all that it does is wrap the result in a promise. Is there already one? Try Copilot? Nah, I will not try Copilot. Da 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 bum bum. It's my result. Here. Alright, so what I do is I say statements push statement sign not even a sign. I just want to do the raw. So we'll have a format, something like this. Const. And I can do the destructuring here immediately. Can I do that? Node. Like, can I do AB is equal to A1 and B2? I can, right? Can I do it with const too? Alright, so I can just do this. You can even rename them. Yeah. Can I do deep destructuring? Can I do A is CD? Like this, where A is C3, D4. B has already been declared. Can I undeclare something? I guess I can just do this. So we just have C and D. Alright, nice. Good, good, good. An actually good language. Maybe I rewrite custom JavaScript. Okay, so const contexts. So I must have the input and output here, right? And then I also have the cleanup. That's what we actually initialize there right now. So this must be equal to this source, basically. Source. That's what I do. Feel unnecessarily dunking on JavaScript with this language. Written in 10 days. Well, I mean, it's a very good compilation target, I think. At least. Makes it easy to get started with your own programming language. Actually writing code in that? I don't know. Maybe. Like I'm just wondering how the TypeScript and the effect TS, like, this is popular, right? Do you use this, Batcop? Do you use this yet? Oh no. Do you use this yet? That's how you basically write TypeScript as if it was Haskell, right? FX still seems bad to you? Well, the good thing about about TypeScript though, like I can do the code in Haskell, for example, but then Haskell is compiling even slower than Rust. Is the problem. Okay, so I do this, and then yeah, and then I do this. Yeah. Context insert. Context name. So this would be a raw expression, which is just which is, so like this is literally just output because I have specified it here, and then input. Yeah, initialization code is not needed anymore at all. Yeah, initialization code is not needed anymore at all. Cleanup code though needs the thing that just calls the cleanup. But the cleanup then needs to be saved. How do I save a global thing in JavaScript or browser like at the same time? Is there a window? No. Global? There's a global. Is there a global? Like how and when is cleanup code even used? Cleanup code. Over here in the end. Yeah. Assign result. Is JavaScript a good language? Can you tell me the good parts? Well, you have this destructuring, which is nice, right? It's almost like Rust. Can you destructure and patcher match at the same time? Can you do this in JavaScript? Let variant sum value be equal to variant sum value 1, 2, 3. Invalid destructure assignment target. No. So like if they made this work, that would be nice. It would be something like let some x, let some value be some value, right? Some 1, 2, 3. That's what you do in Rust. Why don't they allow this? They could allow this. I could see JavaScript doing that. And then you just throw an exception or something if it doesn't match. You can only assign the default values. I don't want to assign the default values. I want to match. Like, because this looks like pattern matching. So I want to match the value of this to be equal to some. Is there something like that in TypeScript? TypeScript, yes. TypeScript pattern matching. I'm saying without the if, right? Yeah, like this is not pattern matching, right? Or you say match result with type idle. Huh? But what about the other fields? What about the other fields? Okay, I mean, this is more like a hack. I mean, this is something that you can do in JavaScript, though. That's just like a function, right? There's just some library. You can do that in JavaScript. TS pattern. Is there any actual pattern matching? There's no actual pattern matching? No? Alright. Okay, so we do this, output, and then, yeah, cleanup code. How do I do cleanup code then? So how do I do this? So we have a global or we have a window, right? That's how we do it in JavaScript. Because this is the code that we'll need to run later. Otherwise, I will need to save it somehow. I mean, I guess I could figure it out, but use defer, the wrong language. Well, it's not differing in the current scope. It's like in a different scope, I guess. Well, I mean, what am I doing this here? When I'm creating contexts, this is the arguments. Yeah, I create the maybe creating context needs also like the cleanup code basically. So this is result and cleanup code. Well, I mean, this expression must then contain both that and cleanup code. Yeah. Just put the whole program in a try catch and throw when you're ready to clean up. Oh. But still, like, how do I get the cleanup code itself? I want to get it from this file. In this case, I do read line close, for example, because otherwise it doesn't stop my Node.js. So I need to clean up here. I'll just do a global for now. I don't care much, right? Like, is there no like so like it must be global in Node and it must be window in the browser then, right? So we need to match here. So it's Node, then it's global. And if it's browser, then it's window. Okay. Maybe later I will like do it without those. But it doesn't really matter much. So I just say this dot cast cleanup is cleanup. like this. So global or window cast cleanup. And then my actual cleanup code is going to be let's just do this. Global. So this will be global dot cast cleanup. Global this. Oh, there is global this. And it's all available everywhere. All right. Fine. Copy pasta spaghetti code. That's what I return. Statements. Push. Statement return. The object where we just have the contexts. Yes. Okay, so we have the default output, default input. Input is going to be not this, but just input. Now, because we have this from the JavaScript code like that. Okay. So this is my browser JavaScript. This one is going to be different. Yeah. I guess we don't really have the cleanup. We don't do anything in the cleanup. The output. The output and the read line. Can I just say something like... Wait, hold on. Can we do prompt? What's prompt? Wait, do we have prompt in here? No. Prompt is only in the browser, right? Yeah, let's just do prompt. For the read line for now. And then write will be like, you know, alert. fs dot get. Yeah, beautiful. That's going to work in the browser now. Cast compile target JS. Let's just make sure that it still works through the node, that I didn't break anything. Input. Routine properties are undefined because contexts are undefined. Wait, what? Context. Oh, because I need to await this thing, right? Or something. No, it's not even await. But this is the closure that needs to be called immediately. And then I can make it async. Just for so it's like the same as the other code. And I might potentially want to have some async there, right? So we also do this is not just source. This is await source, right? Await source. Beautiful. Oh, there you go. So yeah, this works. Or I guess the number, exit. I quit it. It cleaned up successfully. Nice. Usually we do immediately invoked function expression. Yes, that's what I did. That's literally what I did there. Oh, you mean like you prefer the syntax that doesn't have the function but has like the closure, like the arrow instead? That's the same syntax though, right? That's like just different syntax for the same thing. Nobody using this function. I don't know. Okay, so that works. Now, how do I test this thing in the web? So we do web, we do JS web here. This obviously is not going to work because alert is not defined now, right? So I'm trying to alert, and alert is not present in the Node.js. So how do we make it work on the browser? All right. How do I make this work in the browser? Like, do I want to just run in the browser somehow? Probably not. I think I can just what if we just do target index.js like this, and then I will just have the index HTML, which is just for testing the JavaScript that is in the browser. Or should the web actually spit out the HTML? Because I think I want to customize the HTML, right? It's only the JavaScript itself that I generate. I mean, I can make this do the HTML too, though. Yes, sure. But the HTML needs to be customizable, potentially. So I think I just do this, no? Target index.js, and then I have like index HTML here. Where we have HTML, add, past, testing. No, add, title. That's testing, right? That's how you do this thing. Then we have body, and we have script, source. You would put it behind a feature flag. Yeah, maybe we can have the HTML generated automatically too. Sure. Script source is so this is just for testing purposes, basically. Target index.js for now. Yeah, there we go. And then like if I want to do anything, I will just initialize. Like for now, I think all of the code is going to populate the body through the JavaScript interfaces, maybe. And then can I just open this in the browser? And number has been picked. Guess. What's my guess? 3. Greater. Guess again. 5. Greater. Guess again. 7. You have guessed the number. Congrats. And number has been picked again. Guess. Exit. Quit it. And then we quit it. Alright, so this works in the browser. Now, we just want this to work not through the... not through this, right? But through something else. Not through alerts and prompts. I mean, in general, how do you even read line in the browser, right? Maybe we don't have the read line at all in the browser, actually. Maybe this one should be undefined. Input element. Yeah, but I'm saying that this is not supposed to be the language feature. Like when you compile your cast code to the browser, it should not like assume that you have that input element. Read line in the browser console. I don't know if that's even possible. Is it possible? Like I feel like it should not do anything. I feel like we only have the output in the browser, which will by default output into the console, but we want to override it. So we have the ability to override it, but the input should not be present at all. So read line would just be throw error, right? Read line, no input in the browser. No input. Let's just say no input here, like this. And then write will write to the thing, to the console, but we need to only output the line in the console once the full line is there. So I need to have a buffer here. So output buffer is like an empty line, and then I say something like output, like you know what I mean? Because I cannot just write to the console, right? Oh wait, there's log console. What's console? Assert, count, debug. Damn, log message. Time, warn. Nah, that's not it. Only ways are prompt or input element. No, these are not the only ways. You can also have hard-coded input. So like this is working through the context system, right? The context system is in cast allows you to override the input or output, so you can do whatever you want. But that, like for the browser, the input will need to be provided through the user. Through the user, I think. You know? Like user will need to do that, yeah. Okay. Console. So I need to be accumulating the buffer, and then I need to see. Let's just do this. So string is ref as.get, right? So we get the string itself. The string might contain. Can I have the JS doc like whatever, like this? I want to find index of. Yeah, I need to have the index of /n here. That's what I need. So I say while. Can you do this? While let index like new line index be as.index of /n. You cannot. You can do that though, but then you need to do let new line here, right? Like this. Index of. This returns a number. Returns the position as the first occurrence of a substring. What if it's not there? If omitted search starts at the beginning, returns the position. This documentation is bad. Node. This dot index of a -1. Why don't you say this in the documentation? When I hover. So why new line is this is not equal to -1. That's what I do. Then I basically do output buffer plus equal. We need to do substring. Start and end. Is end excluding? Includes the character up to, but not including the character indicated by the end. Okay. So we do s dot substring 0 new line index. And then I do console log output buffer. And I say output buffer is now again an empty line. And then I say s is equal to s substring starting from new line index plus 1. So we skip the new line. Yeah, I found the bug already. Like this. And this is just going to be able to print stuff into the console. Okay. Let's compile that. Let's open the console and reload. Empty string, beautiful. No input was thrown successfully, but output buffer is just doing that. Oh, wait. Yeah, if there is no new line, then I just need to say always output buffer plus equal s, right? In the end. Yeah. There we go. And number has been picked. Guess. So like this is done properly now. Okay. Now what we need is to create the element. And I want to create the element through cast code, I feel like. Somehow. Let's see. Examples, guess a number. Like I want to have a CFG. So like if I have the target, I mean in any case I just do nothing. But if my target is JavaScript, like how do I do this? Target. Let's just have something like is web for now. I can do that. Have fun with mocking the HTML library into the cast. Oh, I feel like I will want to do that anyway. I mean, I don't want the full HTML. In order to make games, I will just need to have the Canvas API and like a WebGL API. Like we already do that in Rust, you know. I mean, in Rust, it is done. It's generating the bindings to the web API from the specification. We can maybe do something similar at some point. Target is web. Hold on. If target is web. With a browser input. where browser input will be that. So there is some code here. So like I need to return the type, which is just input. Is that what I call it? Input? Yes, input. If target web is input, then I need to provide the input here, right? And this is where I initialize that stuff. Oh, but then, yeah. No, it's no, that's fine. Do I need parentheses? I probably need parentheses here though. Okay, yeah. So we have read line, which is a function. Read line is a function which let's do panic here. Panic. Let's just see if this works. Now, it's not going to work. Couldn't finish parsing. Expected a value. The priorities are wrong. Good standard syntax. Width is over here at 5. But the fat arrow is here at 6. Wait, hold on. Yeah, maybe this one should be. And not at 5, but like maybe this should have the priority of 7. 6.5 something. Just make sure that all of the current tested things don't break out of that. Changing the syntax priorities. Let me do push-ups while this is being compiled. Context is not available. Oh yeah, so okay, so all the tests pass except for the test that is supposed to not pass. Everything is fine here. All right. So what I need to do is we just compile this there. String type not inferred, quitted. Target doesn't have field is web. There we go. I need to have a field is web for targets. Source target. Field type. So if field is web, then this should be the boolean. And if I actually get it, is web. Then we say... Oh, but my target is not just JavaScript, right? This should be JavaScript, where the engine being JavaScript. Just engine type, like this. Right? So... I say... is web, is match self interpreter, I mean everything false, but if it's JavaScript where engine is JavaScript engine type browser, and then true. There we go. And then we return value shape a boolean is web, like that. Okay, let's do that. I also feel like I could have a syntax for EFG if branches. Oh, we just do the parsing there. What's the most push-ups you can do at one go? Last time I was going for the maximum, I did 55, but that was like a year ago. And I was not doing the push-ups for a while. Hold on. We don't output, right? We say target and then out like this, so that I actually see the error. Right? The maximum is 10. He did it once and recorded it. We have super amazing architect who wrapped Terraform into his own framework, which is more complicated than original Terraform, and is so inflexible, it just forces one way of using it. Like my life. Hold on. Yeah, over here, we do target dependent, target JavaScript. Wait, what? Oh, JavaScript engine is self-engine. There we go. There we go. And then over here, self-target. Let's just do like this. Target, target. Target, target, JavaScript, engine, engine type. Yeah, hello, Mildeck. This is still slow. Wait, is cargo check still running for 30 seconds? Even although it's not clippy now? Not cast check, cargo check. This is slow. Wait, this is why is this so slow? Change move out self target. Down. Clone. Clone. And why doesn't my VS Code show me the errors? Why does nothing work? You put oil into my fire for the rust hate. Maybe I could like profile the Rust compiler or something, see what actually is slow. Like, I don't know if it's the drive macros. I'm using drive macros, and maybe they are slow for some reason. But I don't think it is. It's just like the generic code and async stuff, most likely. This one needs to be ORed. Sure. ORed, partial ORed. The small potato PC is overloaded. Well, if it was not 30 seconds, but 15 seconds, that would be still slow, right? Because that's the upgrade that I could get. Like, I could get about twice as fast. Even if it's like 10 times fast, it would still be like 3 seconds. Which is still a lot, right? We want it to be compiled instantly. Like this, 009 seconds, that's fast. You could time it. Time what? It's already timed automatically. For me. This over here is also going to build it though. Make it slower. That's slower than checking. No, I mean like we could time the proc macro. Yes, we could do that. But I feel like there should be a way for the Rust compiler to tell me if the bottleneck is the procedural macro or something else. Out path. No matching target branch. Wait, what? What do you mean no target matching branch? Oh, because I format cell, which is wrong, of course. Because now I added the field here. This is no longer... Yeah, okay. So the name must be... I guess I just match self here. This is interpreter. And JavaScript is just going to be JavaScript. Okay, it was compiled. Let's see this here. There we go. To do. See, we have a to do. To do is being thrown from cast code here, this to do. So instead of saying that no input in the browser, we actually go to this thing. Okay, good. So now we just need to implement the actual redlining, right? So how do we do the redline? We need to have the input element, right? So we need to have something like JavaScript. Can I have like browser API, web API? Yeah, let's have web. Let's have something like this here. That web is import. You know what? Let's have it in std. Let's have it in std. std web. I have the JavaScript, but JavaScript is like more general, right? Okay. What do we do here? What do we do here? We have document. We have document. And document has body. Go to web. Yes, mod. Yeah. Document is body, and body is wait, document. How do you do this? Document create element, right? So you create element like input, right? And then you document body append child. What's append versus append child? What's the difference? Append child, document, create element, input. There we go. And then we have the input. Nice. Document body. Let's just for now have this where we just have append child here, which is a function child. Append appends behind the element, and append child appends it behind the like appends after the element, not as a child, right? Behind, yeah. Just say native. Native document body and child. Okay. All right. Whatever the type there is, and then we have document create element, which is going to be function name, the element name or something, right? String, whatever. Let's have a string here, for example. So this would be native document create element name That's what we return. So no semicolon here. Okay. I feel like I can already try this. Let's see if this works. So when I guess a number, we say std web document create element input, right? So this is the input, and then I say std web document body append child input. Let's do that. I have the syntax issues. Over here, function. Oh, I don't have function. I'm writing JavaScript, but this is not JavaScript. Append child not found. I guess dot. Tuple inferred to be unit. Yeah, if I do a dot, then I need not a semicolon. We can just do the same rec const. Yes. String type not inferred. We're quitted because we have some other. I cannot get fields of type this. Yes, a number. Wait, what? Let's go to the repo. std web. Oh, std web is this. Yeah. I need to. Yeah, this must be a module. Which is yeah. So we do std web. We have document and everything there. Okay, nice. Not yet implemented. Function type. What do you mean? Why is function type not implemented? I need to have like instead of a to do here. Can we replace to do with like Can I override a macro? Can I have like macro rules to do, and this will return, you know, Irie fail to do? How about that? To do tt star ttt star Irie bail t star. But then the empty one should still be Irie bail 2, right? Expected semicolon. Of course, there is a semicolon there. Attempted to repeat. Yeah, I mean a dollar. This should work. Okay. Wait, this is a different one. It says casting binding t into std parse is not implemented. Over here. Wait, what? This is a completely different error. If I compile to the JavaScript, then I can. But if I compile to the JavaScript web, then I can know. Oh, wait. Now it's to do. There we go. Yeah, to do. While transpiling this thing, Oh wait, but can I have a to do at the current, like, I want to like know the current line of code, right? Rust macro rules invocation file and line and column. Down, down. File line column, right? That's literally what we do, and it just works from inside the macro rules. Sure. To do at this, that, right? File line column. Yeah, and over here, I guess I could have a IRI. Rep error. Return error. IRI dot rep error. This thing. So that I always know. Even here. About the exact line where we have the to do. Okay, to do is JavaScript this, right? So I'm trying to transpile the function type, which is supposed to never be transpiled. So, and then I'm transpiling this thing. Parse, yeah. Why am I transpiling this thing? Because in a guess a number, over here we have a std web. Wait, what? Oh, because I'm transpiling the std. I see. Yeah, this is annoying, kind of. I understand the problem. So the problem that's happening here is when I'm trying to transpile this code, it basically trying to transpile the entirety of std, which is obviously wrong, right? I can instead say that something like this: const create element is std web document, and then I just create the element here, and then append child would be kind of the same, I guess. Well, I mean, at least I can say that document probably is std web document, and then document create element. I think, because I think that can be transpiled. Then document body append child. Yeah. Yeah. I need to think about this a little bit more. Okay, it was transpiled. Let's see here. So I refresh the page, and I see this thing. It's here, right? We have the input now. Okay. Now that we have the input, how do I get the input here? I have this element, right? And how do I read line out of this? I need to add the something. Let's see. Document create element input dot add event listener. Input value is just getting the value, right? But I need to wait for it. I need to wait for this thing to be there. This should be an async function, technically, which means that this should be a function that returns a promise. I need to return a promise of the string. You know what I mean? So I need to return new promise, right? And then how do you do the promises? Promise. So in the promise, you have the function that is like resolve and reject, okay? And then you, so like resolve, reject. So then over here, DOM content loaded event. No. We need to wait for the event, which is me pressing the enter in the input, right? So I need to have, yeah, and by the way, this should be like native code, basically. Yeah. I feel like this. Yeah, native. I resolve reject. I return a thing. Add event listener. Yeah. I don't append to the buffer. When I key press, I clear the input and I return this value as a promise. I resolve the promise then. And then I also need to remove the event listener after we hit enter. Because I'm only waiting for one thing here. Basically, right? If a key is enter. Sure, yeah, I can do that. Or I can do, like, if it's a form, I can do it inside a form and then submit it or something. Can I do a multi-line strings, by the way, in cast? I'm not sure if I can. Can I do this? Return not found. Yeah. Read line is. Oh, right. Like, this entire thing is native. This entire thing is native, actually. Yeah. Because I need to construct a thing. So we have like context and args like here, which we ignore, and then I return the promise here. Return new promise like this. I inline JavaScript code here. Yeah, I guess this works. Okay, fine. I didn't remember that I had this working. Should this even work? Like as a multi-line string? Maybe I need to change my lecture to not support that. On form submit covers enter. Yeah, then I need to like have the form though, right? I cannot have the submit without the form, I think. Yeah, why am I doing here? Why am I doing part in the STD web and part like here? Whatever. Okay, so we have a promise. We do here. So I add to the input. Add event listener. For key down. Let's do key down for now. On key down. I have function on key down. Event. Event key is enter. Enter was pressed. Sure. Oh wait, hold on. I cannot do this. We can use the singular in JavaScript, right? Quotes, because I'm already inside a string here. Enter was pressed. And then over here we have a this, which resolved to the element, right? So I can just do value. So can I just do resolve with this value? Because this should be a promise that promises me a string, right? Yeah. So we resolve to a string on the enter. And also, like I said, apart from resolving, we say we also say that input we can say here, let input const input be input like this, and then I say input shit, what is this? Document get element by ID by element get element by tag name body 0. Body is this. Okay, so we have the body dot, we have remove event listener. What is this? No, I need to search remove event listener. It also requires the type, the event listener function of the event handler to remove from the event target. Remove event listener key down on key down like this. Event current target value. This is something different. Event current target value. Also, I need to like empty this, right? So current target value is empty. Like, can you do this? It worked. It worked first try. No way. See over here it says last guess again. Right? So we have the output in the console right now, but the input over here. So let's guess again. We say like so like 2 greater 5. Oh, it says greater again. Yeah, because like if I print the same thing, then it just counts the number. So like 7 less 6. You have guessed the number. Easy. All right. So now we can just change the output too. I can just change the output. This over here is a little bit ugly, but I don't know. We need to figure out how to do this better. Because like if I create a scope here and try to inject multiple contexts, then it will not work. So over here, I will override the output. So output is a thing which says write, and write just output current output. We have write, which is a function. Why don't I have the thing? Why don't I show the type here? Type of current output dot write. It's a reference to string into unit. That's what we need. So it's a thing where we have the argument. Yeah, so we have string is argument dot get. Because of that, we don't need any promises here. This is technically async because everything is async, but we don't do anything there. I can disable the grouping. It's fine. I don't want it to be at all in the console, right? I want to override my output. I want to create the element. How do you do it? Like not the text area, but like a pre maybe? That's what I do. Document, append child, document body, append child, document create element, pre, right? So I have this pre, and can I just say hello world there? Why do I not see it? Oh, there you go. There it is. Can I like have a backslash, a slash end here? Yo. Yeah, I can. So like this is literally doing the code as the text as is, right? This literally does the text as is. So all I do is I append the inner text plus equal hello world slash n, like this, right? And then we just have the hello worlds, and that's my output basically. Right? So this is the output. I create element pre. I append child output. I don't know, let's call it pre. Is the new Intel Core Ultra AI series good? No idea. I guess I do the output first and then input underneath, actually. If we do it in this order, like by appending the childs. So we do that. That's my string, and then all I do is I just say pre dot inner text plus equal like s. I feel like that's all that I need to do here. And number, okay, look at this. Now I don't need to look at the console. And number has been picked. Guess. 4. Greater. Guess again. 5. Greater. 7. 8. And number. You have guessed the number. Picked again. Guess. What are my PC specs? I have the Ryzen 5 360, which is pretty old. Do we need a 5090 and 64 GB RAM for coding? Yeah, but I don't think I will be upgrading anytime soon. Maybe I will wait for like 190 or something to come out, and then we will start coding for real. Okay, so this works. We have a game that's working in the browser. It's just a little ugly, but it works, right? And the same code still works through the Node.js. Right? This still works through Node.js, and it also still works through the normal interpreter. And it's all the same. Okay. All right, we're almost there. We can almost write the games. We just need to quickly make a game engine. Yeah. How do I make it not so ugly though? So we have a with expression here. So first of all, I don't like the the what? I don't like the fact that I'm copy pasting this thing, right? But I'm trying to inject two contexts here. I'm basically so like I'm trying to do something like this with output, with input, right? But only do this if I am on the web. So CFG if is basically the conditional compilation stuff. This also must be exhaustive, which makes this a little bit ugly, where I need to do the true. And also like the fact that I cannot group them into one thing. If I group them into one thing, this will introduce a new scope, and a new scope means that these contexts are no longer available outside of the scope. Actually, this probably is not really the case right now. Oh, I have a bug actually. Yeah, I probably have a bug. Actually, I have a bug. I'm just realizing. In my JavaScript code, I need to uninject the context sometimes, right? It's just like all the current code is not doing that. Yeah. Like if I override the output temporarily somewhere lower, then it will be kept, which is wrong. Or is it wrong? Wait, maybe it's not wrong. JavaScript. Inject context. I'm assigning to context dot something. Yeah, like I need to clone the context first. Is there a thing in JavaScript that allows you to copy the object easily? Like I have something like this: input one, or let's say like A one and B two, right? So that's my context, right? And I want to say context dot b is equal to 3, but temporarily. So I need to say like but to another object, right? I want to say context is equal to context, but like just this dot context 2. Hold on. So you say something like context 2 is dot is it 2 dots, 3 dots context 2 is this. Yeah, so if I say context 2 dot b is equal 3, and then context 2 is this, and context 1 is just that. Okay, that's what we do. Yeah, so inject context should have actually two things: statements push. I mean, we can have a simple test here for this. Context shadow, show current context, print current string. Yeah, I think I can just do this. I'm not trying. Yeah, so if I do like I want even a different one. This is shadowing like that, but I want like I want this to be in a separate scope, and I want to show current context here again, probably. So if I say cast examples context shadow, it wouldn't work for nested objects. Yeah, but that's fine. I don't have nested objects in the context system. That is fine. Yeah, so like it's printing over here, it's printing 1 2 3, over here it's printing a shadow, and then over here it's printing 4 5 6, right? So I want the same behavior in my JavaScript. And then the last one actually panics, but it's supposed to not even compile over here eventually. Okay, so I want cast compile target JavaScript examples context shadow. All right. So let's just try running this through Node. Invalid argument type. The chunk argument must be of type string. Received undefined. Oh, is it in the? Oh wait, no. That's not right. Okay, so this doesn't actually do it properly. Okay. Target. Test.js. Node. Target test. JS. Yeah. So in this one. Okay, so what we do if I'm doing context 8808. This was is supposed to refer to the string. This one is equal to 1 to 3. Yes. And then I'm trying to show current context, which is this variable, which is this function. We have a little bit of the awaiting happening inside the JavaScript here, but it's fine. Context output, context string 8808. Oh, this one doesn't say string. I see the problem. Wait, but they are both 8808? How can that even happen? Like, this is supposed to say context string 8808. Right? Because it's... If there would be a way of testing things automatically. Yeah, I should add the automatic testing of the JavaScript. I mean, I am testing this. This thing is being tested. If I run the test, it's going to fail because I changed the test a little bit. Right? I changed the code, but I should just say that context shadow is now expecting the output 1 2 3 shadow and then 4 5 6 /n, right? Because that's what I did, I think. But we should also, like, I feel like I can automatically test the examples through the JavaScript, right? I can automatically try to compile them to JavaScript and see if they work through the Node.js to also test my JavaScript. Yeah, so like this failed, but now that I have changed it, it's going to actually survive. No, it didn't. Wait, what? Oh, it still says shadow? What? Wait, what? Yeah, this must be an error. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, wait, no, it says expect output is this, and then output is that, right? Did I not save the file or something? I think, wait, hold on a second. Is this what's happening in Rust? If I change the file while it's been compiling, then it is going to cache the result based on the updated file and not on the original file? Because I have changed this. Literally, right now. Over here. It wasn't recompiling it, right? Now it's failing. Like, look at this. If I just say space and then I remove the space and Control S, and I do this and I recompile, is it going to pass? No, it's not. Okay, hold on. Am I stupid? Oh, context shadow with missing context and without missing context. There you go. String context not available. Yeah, it's because I have two tests which are the same. One of them is with missing context. Yeah, this one is commenting the line that should not compile. So like, yeah, this one should not compile, but right now it's doing the error instead. Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, I have tests. We're testing things. Still working. What I was doing though, before I was it didn't work through Node.js here completely. Ah, right. Yeah, because this over here became undefined, and the reason is because over here for some reason I have the underscore. So I'm trying to say context name. Context name is basically saying context type name. So right, I'm trying to format the context type here, then I'm escaping an identifier here. I know why. This is because of the way my inference works, I guess. Because over here, when I see this, I don't exactly know the type of this yet. Because this is not necessarily compiled right now. So I only know that it's a string once I actually compile this function. Wait, don't I compile it over here because it's a let and not a const? Oh, no, because this one, okay, this one is never, yeah, because this one has a default thing. You know what I should, like, so like basically we know, I don't, look, like this is defaulting to the string type, but it's not necessarily a string type. Yeah, it actually is never inferred if I never run it. Because I have the thing which like actually assigns the types to be defaults sometimes, you know? But it's done when I'm interpreting actually. Yeah, but interpretation should not change the types at all, right? What I should do instead, well, I mean, I guess it should, because interpreter can work with not fully inferred types. But when I'm compiling the thing to JavaScript, everything should be fully inferred, right? Yes. And everything should be fully inferred, which means that I should use the defaults at that point or something. Okay, I can check. I can fix this for now though by saying 1, 2, 3 of type string, and say 4, 5, 6 of type string. Shadow of type string. I can do the type annotations, and with the type annotations it works. So here we go. Here we see the problem, right? So so the problem is that we first see 1, 2, 3 correctly, and then I see shadow correctly, but then this one should actually return 4, 5, 6, but it still returns the shadow. So that's what I need to fix by saying inject context here. I'm going to say statements push I'm going to reassign. Do I always call it context? Maybe then I can just do raw here. Raw. I feel like I always call it context, right? Yeah. I do something like this. Context is equal to ... context. Like this. And that's all I need. And this is going to like... This didn't work. Wait, why did this not work? Oh, that's why. Because I have... Well, first of all, yeah, I have the scopes. Can you have a scope in JavaScript, right? You just do the curly bracket. And then I need to, yeah, I need to like assign a new variable like let context. But wait, can we do the shadowing in JavaScript like this? Let x be 2. X. Wait, JavaScript can do this? What? Let x be x plus 2. Cannot access x before initialization. Oh, because this let, yeah, okay. So I actually need the unique variables then? Actually need unique variables, or I need to restore the context in the end of the scope, right? Okay, this is not very easy, I guess. Anyway, I can do that separately. Like we have a working guess a number in browser. Like that's working. How would we test the browser, DevNinja? Can I automatically test this thing in the browser? Also, can I make sure that this doesn't go off screen? I probably can. I can put it inside a scrollable thing, right? We'll do a div. We'll do a div. Class is output. And I have the it's fine over here. Height n overflow scroll like this. That's what we want. Potentially. If I do this, does it oh thing. I hold on. Did I press exit already? No, it's broken. Oh, wait. You know what I should just do? In this example, I've guessed a number. Instead of like writing this code as inline JavaScript here, we should just import that. Right? should just import that. It won't scroll to the bottom. Yeah, but we can make it scroll with JavaScript, right? Let's export. Let's do a JavaScript somewhere. I don't know. Let's have it in this place somewhere. New file. Something like I mean, I have the scripts here. So I can just do a script that's inlined like that, right? Yeah. And then I can just refer to that code instead of writing that here. Like you know, what if I say instead over here native, not this. Let's just move the code here. You know, I will just have something like function. Function. Initialize output. Right? This will return just this, right? I'll just do this whole thing. We just return right. Being this. Using function right. Like this. Native, just init output. I can await. I think it's fine. Can make everything async. So like this code is just going to be it's just going to be looking like this instead, right? And this was something like we need more promises. I think there's enough promises in the target. Like we do this, await async, await. I think there's more than enough promises. Await async. There's maybe enough promises. It's a very promising language indeed. Now not only my whole Rust code base is async, we're generating a lot of async JavaScript too now. Document create element pre document body append child pre. So like this is the same code as before, and I will also have a sync function init input, which is going to be similar. So we just remove this code. We say native await init input. So we create the input here. I return read line, and this is my async So this is not like if I return a promise, then I don't really write it as an async. I just say function readline. This one is just returning the promise like that. Right? So this is all the same code. This has been cleaned up a little bit since this is just JavaScript. And we can easier modify that. It's supposed to be still the same. Okay. 1, 2, 4. Okay, nice. So now I can do over here document create element. I mean, we can even not, we can just make it you know, document find get element by ID. Like I can't do it in Java in this HTML. I can just make it like hidden by default, for example. Get element by ID, something like, you know, output. We can call it cast output. And over here, input is document get element by ID cast input. Well, that's fine. And I don't need to append the childs. We just do it in the HTML and whatever. We are already here, by the way. So I just say pre ID is cast output, and then I say input ID is cast input. Don't you self-close the input like this? I think so. Okay, so this is the same. Oh, input is not defined now. Hold on. Because I called it input. Okay, okay, that's the same. And then we just say something like, I mean, sure, this is fine. This is fine. Like if in the future I have something that doesn't want the output, then I will then like hide it and in this code show it or something. Yeah. So let's just say div ID is cast output container. Where do I put the style? Style. Is it inside the body or outside the body? Where should it be? Is it inside the head? In between the head and body? We'll do this. Height. What should it be though? Like, what do you usually use here? Like EMs? Overflow. Scroll. Border. 1 pixel. Solid. Gray. Nice. Can I have like padding? 5 pixels. Yeah, like that. I don't know if I should use pixels or not. You have to make a website soon? Can you make the guessing a number example look better for me? Look at this. I don't know if you just came back, but we have the guessing number here. For myself? Alright, fine. We have the guessing number working here. Okay, so if I do this, then we have the scroll bar. But I want to scroll automatically. How do I scroll? Can I do scroll to bottom? Scroll to options. X, Y. Scroll options behavior. Auto instant smooth. Left top. 1000. I mean, this kind of works, right? But it's weird a little bit. Because at some point we get the height more than 1000 and then it doesn't scroll anymore, right? JavaScript scroll to bottom. Scroll height. We just have the scroll height. Continue scroll. So top is just container dot scroll height, like this. Five, 7, 8. I picked 2 less 1, 2, 3. Okay, looks like that works now. I can press enter forever. By the way, when I press enter forever, it's trying to parse the empty string, and it doesn't even tell me. If I say X, if I say hi, it's just going to, yeah. Is the UI also in cast? I started by making it in cast, but then no, it's like, this is, I mean, how do you cast for, like, what do you mean by UI though? Like, what I'm doing is, so we have the context system, right? And I'm just saying that if I'm on the web, then I want the output to be this. So this is implemented right now in the JavaScript. This could contain some cast code, though, for sure. But so yeah, I did start by actually creating the elements, like having the web API, like this, where I can have a body append child and body create element. This was working, but it's just easier right now to do this in JavaScript directly, I feel like. But we could make more like JavaScript APIs available directly to cast. So yeah, because like all of this JavaScript could be replaced, I guess, is what I'm saying, right? This, where if I'm writing, then I need to append the inner text to the pre here, and then I scroll. Like this can be written in cast potentially. Well, I mean, it's not like exactly written in cast, right? Because cast, like, I can make this a cast function basically, right? But under the hood it will still be implemented as like that. You know, it will be translated to the same JavaScript basically. Yeah, like I think we should generate the API like the web sys basically, right, from the specification of the from the web IDLs, right? And this way I will also have automatically the like the WebGL that I want. Maybe I should look into that. Like instead of writing the bindings by hand. It shouldn't be that difficult, right? Probably. Maybe. How many lines of code is it in the... Do they just do it in WasmBindgen? Or where do they do that? It's not like really about the WasmBindgen, right? But the crates are here. The JSS. Source. Lab. Well, I mean, some of this is actually hard-coded. I thought they... Wait, what? I thought they are... Or is this already like the generated API, basically? Is this file generated? Isn't there like a specification for the array so that they could generate that? Or is it only for the web? Web sys. So web sys, source, features. Yeah, I guess this is generated code. Okay, so they just store the generated code in the thing. Then they have the web IDLs. Right? So for example, you want to generate the audio buffer. Right? So you have this interface audio buffer. This is the specification basically. And then from this they generate this stuff. It probably will make more sense to do this in the Rust directly. So they have this generator web IDL. Is that like a crate? Can I just look at this? A web IDL. Contains a lecture and parser for the web IDL grammar. Yeah, I guess like I can just use this crate to parse and then I generate cast code based on this. For now. Eventually we'll write the parser for this in cast, of course. Or is this too difficult? This is big. What's a web IDL? I think it's the specification. WebIDL is the interface description language used to describe the data types. It's a parsable spec, yeah. WebIDL is the interface description language used to describe the data types, interfaces, and other components, which make up the web application API. It uses somewhat stylized syntax, which is independent of any programming language. WebIDL is used in nearly every API specification for the web. And due to its standards, format, and syntax, the programmers who create web browser can more easily ensure that the browser are compatible with one another. Specification, so like you have this specification. Like let's just see. So if I like look at like array here, and then we look at the JavaScript array, right? This has specification somewhere, right? Specifications. There you go. So you like look over here. Wait, this is just text. Hold on. Where do they get them from? Maybe let's try something for the web. WebGL rendering context. Specifications. It's still text. Oh no, hold on. Isn't this the specification? This over here. This is the code, right? So this is the web IDL. This is how they specify it. They have type definitions, right? The type def float 32 list is this. And then you have the web rendering context base. You have like all of the constant here specified. You have all of the types of the of all the functions. Context overloads. And then the rendering context is exposed on the window and the worker. Web rendering context includes the base and the overloads. Yeah, I think this over here, this is the text that you're supposed to copy paste and parse. I don't know where specifically the like, so like they have it in the crate for the WebSys, for example, right? WebSys, web IDLs enabled. Like they just have these files. I guess I can look at WebGL rendering context, for example, right? Is this literally the same thing? It's not the same thing. Or is it? Hold on, it's almost the same. It's just like they have something in the beginning here, and then we have this interface mix in WebGL rendering context base. That's from the specification, right? Is that a copy pasted thing? They also have like some comments here. So I'm wondering, where did they get this from? Is there a source? WebIDL specification scraped from the Chronos specification. Is this the different one? No, this is the Chronos specification, right? Okay. Oh, hold on. There's IDLs. There's IDL files directly here, right? But then so the IDL just actually redirects me to the text, though. I don't know. Maybe we can take a look at the at how they scrape specifically. Is there a scraper somewhere? I mean, I guess I could copy paste these things from the Rust, but I would like to know how they got it. Guide. What's friends? I don't know how the scraper works. Designed with the WebIDL bindings proposal in mind. Eventually, there won't be any JavaScript shims doing RAS generation, wasm functions, and native DOMs. WebIDL bindings. Oh, this is the interface types for the WebAssembly. Yeah. If I look here, they say easy parse the paragraph of human language. No, that's not how they did it though. Interface types. Explainer. WebIDL. IDL. WebIDL. Wikipedia, maybe? Interface definition language for describing APIs for web browsers. WebIDL living standard. Living standard. Commits WebIDL test translation. Interface definition language. So they describe the language here. This is the example of the IDL fragment. Where do I get it? Types, JavaScript binding. Oh wait, is this all like the specification of the language? It's the specification of the WebIDL itself. Over here. The standard defines the WebIDL. IDL index. No links to the actual ones. The lang spec of the lang spec, yeah. Let's ask ChatGPT. I think, yeah. Where do I download WebIDLs? What? I want, like, where is the specification of a WebGL rendering context? You can find the WebIDL for this directly within the official WebGL spec. To grab it, go to the Cronus WebGL specs repository, like this. There we go. There we go. Found it. Found it. Where's the link to this file? Why only ChatGPT could tell me that? Where did you find this link? Mm -hmm. WebIDL. This version and the WebIDL. So this is the thing, right? So this is just the WebIDL of the whole web. Yeah, it's not like this is the whole WebGL. Wait, is this the whole WebGL? Why is it so small? I guess WebGL is small. That's the whole WebGL. All right. Simple. They have this link over here in the WebGL specification. Yeah. Wait, this is the different one. For yeah. Hold on. Or is it or is it not the different one? It's the same one. Oh, maybe it's the same. Oh, wait, hold on. Like if I go for WebGL rendering context, right? How do I get to this one? We go to the specification here. We go to this link, right? But then we go to the very top. That's the thing. And then we have the WebIDL. There you go. Like because this the specification for this specific like class is part of the WebGL spec, right? And if I try to find the like for example like HTML input element, right? Then I go here, I go for specifications, I look here, and then I go to the top. Wait, what? This is a different one. This is the HTML living standard. But I guess there is somewhere where I can download the WebIDL too. Maybe table of contents. One-page version. Version for web devs. Okay, I found the WebGL. Where do I find the HTML? No idea. All right, anyway, I'm not going to do that today. Mm -hmm. All right, I could do something simple. Maybe. What's the simple thing that I can add? Maybe I can. Let's actually fix the thing. Yeah, let's fix the thing. Cranely support. No, I don't think Cranely. I mean, I think I will start on it relatively soon, but like after. I mean, we have a proof of concept of working in the browser, right? But I feel like I need more than just the guessing game. Like why do I need the crane leaf support if my main target is going to be web? That's my main target for now. Not the natives. You switched main target? Well, I mean, it's just... I never switched. No, it will be native. It's just like... for now, I will going to focus on the web because... why would I focus on 2 targets at the same time? I mean, I already have 2 targets, right? I have the interpreter and the web and the JavaScript, right? So I already kind of have 2 targets. The native one is just I don't know. I feel like it's not needed at this point. Like I should like I kind of want to start on it just also like as a proof of concept. Like how hard is it to generate native code? How hard is it to use crane leaf because I never used it? Maybe I should try LLVM too. Like if it's like can I just try it in 1 day? How long did it take me to implement the initial like JavaScript? Can I do it in the same time, like in 1-2 days maybe? Or is it more difficult than that? Like just for the sake of trying, maybe I would, but other than that, let's fix the thing, and let's also test. How do I? Let's work on the tests, Devninia, like you really want. How do I make sure that these tests work in the Node.js? That's what I want. So I want a case. So we have a test case, right? And I want to test, try test. Boom, boom, ba-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum. Like I already have this test specified, right? Can I just make all of my tests also tested through the JavaScript, through Node.js at least? Like, for example, I have this this test, which is context shadow, right? I want to run a specific file. I want to comment a line. I want to give it this input, and I expect this output, right? So I just want to compile this to JavaScript, run. All right. Test case. Try test. So I think try test, this thing, is actually doing it. Yeah, this one is doing it with the interpreter. Try interpret test. But in general, the test, I think... Can I have the command line arguments for the testing? Can I do cargo test? Help. Can I have custom arguments in the tests? I mean, I can do the environment variable, I guess. Yeah, I can do the environment variable. So that I switch testing between the... You'd rather test the JavaScript generation instead of testing with a specific environment? But how do you test the JavaScript generation? You need to run it, right? You need to generate. And then, like, how do you test that the JavaScript that is generated is doing the correct thing? I just do the same thing as my normal tests. Or you what? Like, you want to just try to parse the JavaScript with some existing parser and see if it's being parsed? But like, just running this through the node would be better. You pass in the AST and get out the string JS AST, but like it doesn't like what does it give me? Hello Ball City. What does it give me? Perform a search analysis on that. Like it's just better to like why do I just test the small thing instead of testing the end thing? like this test that I would do. You call the end-to-end test. It's just better. It's testing both the the generated AST and the fact that it's when running the generated code, it's going to produce the expected result. Unit tests fail earlier. Yes, but what I want is I want to test the full thing, not just some small part of the thing. I mean, ideally we have all the tests, but the most important test is to test the full thing, not just some small part of it. So if I have the choice to do one test or the other, I will always choose the one that is testing more stuff. You just set up your first wide angle monitor. Works real nice. I never had the wide monitor. I just have 2 monitors instead. But I guess the wide monitors you can treat it as 2 monitors basically, right? That's how they work, I heard. All right, so I think something like this. If std env var test environment is equal to Node.js, then I do one thing, you know? So for example, I just say cargo test I overflow the stack. Beautiful. Oh wait, hold on. Why am I overflowing the stack? Oh yeah, we do this. Rust min stack is this too. Let's let's do test.js. Test env is node.js. Like this. So this is going to just say that all of the this is just going to say that all of the tests are going to succeed. Yes? No, that's not what it is. Because not all of the things are going through the test, right? Because some are going through the try test. Yeah. If. Let's have a, like this, enum, test env, normal Node.js. Let's do that. Test env, get, match, var, test env, okay. Env, like unknown env. Error. Var error. Not present. Normal. Okay, we'll do something like this, and in this case I say Node.js, self Node.js, like this. Okay, so we just use this function instead. Match, test and get. Normal will be this. Node.js will be going through Node.js instead. Test, try test, Node.js. Try test Node.js. This is just the result. Yes. Okay. Match and string, I guess. Okay, and then I have the things that are failing because I have try interpret test, right? But I don't want to try interpret test here. So like this specific case. This one is supposed to not compile actually, so I think I'm going to match test and get normal nothing, Node.js return. I think like this for now. Test, 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 test. Test variant types. Try. This is going to panic. Yeah, because I expected this to panic. I wouldn't be that specific to Node. I think it's pretty specific to Node because it uses the APIs that are from the node. That's a specific target there. Right? I don't know, like if I mean I guess Dino and Bun they kind of do. I don't know if their API is exactly the same though, right? But when I'm generating, I'm assuming Node. They implement Node API as well, like all of it. Is it exactly the same? They just drop in, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. I could call it native or something. I don't know. It's fine calling it Node though. I think. So yeah, it's only 95% coverage, so it's not 100%. It's a little different. I mean, for the way I'm using it is probably not going to matter. Yeah. Test variant types. Match. Test and. Well, I mean, hold on. Hold on. We'll just do the same thing. I mean, this one is always being interpreted. Just this test is just always being interpreted. Is the thing. Yeah. Maybe I can put a warning here. Maybe I should just say match test and yet. Like if it's this, then I might potentially want to panic in the future. Panic. Supposed to run through node. But not right now. For now, we just do this, I guess. So like some tests are still taking time because they Don't do it exactly. Run natively, what? Running TypeScript natively. Since 23, Node.js executable type stripping by default. If your source contains erasable TypeScript syntax, you do not need this article. I mean, oh, you mean writing TypeScript natively? Yeah, no, that's fine. Yeah. I think even in the browser you can run TypeScript directly instead of running JavaScript, right? You can't. I'm pretty sure that I remember doing that. Like let's have this index, right? What if I do this? Script type is application TypeScript, right? Let no. String is hello. Full log s. That not going to work? That was from Firefox TypeScript. Support. Am I imagining this? Browsers should support TypeScript natively. There's no value. If I do Chrome. I don't know. Maybe I imagined it. COVID GPT. I just hallucinated. All right. Okay, so the tests. Run Node.js. Panic. I mean to do. If I have a to do here, we are just going to say to see the panicking tests, right? See, everything failed. Some of the tests are passing because they are not actually running through the Node.js there, right? Like Fibonacci and this thing. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so let's see. So what I need to do is I need to create the cast. And I say cast compile. File. I have the same source though, right? Path. Evaluate source, evaluate file. Okay, let's just do copy pasta for now. For now, I do copy pasta. This would be compile. Down. Parse AST. AST. Parse AST file. Like that. So this is AST now, optional. Let's unwrap here. Because we expect the file to be not empty. Expect to test. Okay, now that I have that, we say cast dot compile AST. And to block on. Compile AST. Compile something that is compilable. So I just say that I want this to be an expression. Right? Okay. So this is expression. Then I say cast dot transpile to JavaScript. JavaScript type node options. Pretty sure. I might as well like generate this to the file, by the way. So the value would be the expression like this. I just have the block on sync. Okay, so we await. This is my JavaScript. Transpiling to JS failed. And then I want to write a file. I want to write a file to the temporary thing. We have the temp file. I have the name here, but we potentially run the tests in parallel. Okay, let's just not do this yet. So I do std process. Should maybe JavaScript interpreter executable configurable through env variables, since on Windows they also have the XZ extension. Yeah, sure. Command new. Yeah, so this is over here, the Node.js thing, right? So this would be std env var node node XZ or something, unwrap as deref unwrap or node. So we just run node by default, but we can change this. I say command arg. Well, I mean, I don't really have arguments there, right? std in. So for now, I'm just going to pass this through the std in. Maybe the generated JS file. Yeah, like I'm just I need to like have a random name. Maybe. Like I need a temp file. Maybe maybe do we have the temp file? No. Temperature, maybe. Temperature or temp file? File. Use temp file when you need a real file but don't need to refer to it by path. Use named temp file new when you need a named temporary file that's going to be referred to its path. Okay, let's say temp file is 3. Temp file workspace. Cool. I just had that. Temp file. Temp named temp file. New in. I want it to be in target. So since we are running through tests here, then I will do std var cargo target dir unwrap. I will unwrap here. But I will also say std path new. Maybe I want to join the test JS, like create a folder here there at least. You know, in the specified directory. What if the directory doesn't exist? stdfs may create your all js dir wrap. I just make sure that it exists, and I create a new temporary file there. Does it actually create a file? Yeah, I guess it does create a file. Yeah, this will create a temporary file and for this. Reasons to use this method: the file has a short lifetime, and your temporary file cleaner is sane. You trust every user on your system. You've disabled your temporary file cleaner. Reasons not to use: you'll fix it later. No, you won't. If the program exits before this destructor is run, the temporary file will not be deleted. Is there like a leak method though? Because I want sometimes not to leak it potentially. I mean, for now I will, but I'm just saying. Okay, I guess yeah. Okay, sure. Temp file in. Let's do this for now. This is the file. std io write stdfs write. Since I have an actual file. Wait, what can I do with this? Like, I want to write the file, not delete it, but I want to make sure that it's like existing so that Node.js can read it, right? How to use this? Rate. We just write to the file. How do I read then from it? Result file. This just gives me the standard file. This temporary file will automatically be deleted or removed by the operating system when the last handle to it is closed. That's actually not what I want, right? That's actually not what I want, because I want to close the handle. So I do the named time file. Oh wait, our named time file is the file. Wait, what? Oh, there's persist. It persists the temporary file at the target path. There you go. If a file exists at the target path. Oh, persist at the path. I see. That's what I want. Yeah, maybe when the test fails, I want that. Persist no clover. If it exists, fail. There's keep the temporary file from being deleted. This function will turn the temporary file into a non-temporary file without moving it. There we go. That's what I want. It gives me the f and okay. But sometimes I want to delete it. What do I want here? What's the logic? Say keep. It's supposed to be f and path. Well, f is going to be just the file. Okay, sure. So yeah. So I just say std io buff writer new f write all the JavaScript. So I just write the JavaScript to the file. This is going to drop it too. Then we have the path. I just want to delete it sometimes, right? But we'll see. Let's start with not deleting it. So I just say that this is the command that I'm making. Command argument. Why don't you use the stdfs, right? I want to generate a unique name here, and this is what this crate is doing for me, right? Like, if I just hard code the name here, because the tests are run in parallel, they will be like, you know, I cannot write to the same file from multiple tests. I don't know how, like, what, I should have a unique name. I guess I have thread local something. Like, it should depend on the thread, maybe. Here. Oh, you mean versus the buff writer? Buff writer is a little faster. To write if the file is huge. Although I guess in this case it doesn't really matter because it's a write all. Because we already have the buffer basically, right? Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter here. You're right. Like yeah, like why do I need an extra buffer? Because I have generated the full, yeah. But if I wanted to, like, maybe like this API could take a writer instead as an argument, then it would be different. Okay, command argument is going to be path. Command output failed to run node. This is going to be output. So we have output dot status success. If not success, then I'm going to panic. Well, not panic. Like, how do I do this here? I want to also print to the standard output and the standard error the output dot std out, I guess. Std io std out write all output std out, like this. Right, this means that it successfully ran. I also want to make sure that I'm capturing it, right? So command std std error, and also we need to, yeah, maybe std error should be the same thing. No, let's not do this. Std io pipe creates a pipe reader and pipe writer. Std io std error into std io std process std io piped. A new pipe should be arranged. What in case you want to test failures? Well, I actually have this already. Yes, I actually have this. So maybe this is not exactly the correct code. Like inside the case. No. You know, I don't expect a failure here. So yeah, right now this only works for the tests that are supposed to successfully run. The other tests that I do have tests that are supposed to fail, but then they are run differently, I guess. And main philosophy is use shell scripting for every task. And std out process std process std io piped, right? By default they are inherited. This allows me to actually capture it, right? And std in will also be std process std io piped, but this is where I'm actually going to write it, right? Output is going to run it though. I need to like spawn std thread spawn or something. Like I need to write the input, right? We have the input here. Command. No, I mean in this case I need to spawn the command first, which will allow me to have the std in because that's what's creating the pipe. Yeah. To do. Let's not worry about the std in for now. Let's just do this. Instead of unwrapping, we can do question marks. Node exited with a failure. Exit code. Output status. Just this. Okay, so for now this is just checking that it is that. Otherwise, I want still the std out, right? Output dot std out. Let's see. Output is a string from UTF-8, right? Context on UTF-8 output. So we have this string as the output, right? And then we just had the assert equals, right? So if output is not equal to case expect output, then bail expected got this. Okay, let's try. Compile, compile, compile. Has it been a minute yet? 55 seconds. Right. Okay, it failed. All of the tests failed. Beautiful. We have some to-dos. Failed to run the test environmental node found. Cargo target dir. Wait, hold on. The cargo. Wait, what? Cargo target dir. It's not set inside the tests? Okay, fine. Fine, we just do the target here, right? Target test.js. Sure, let's do that. Is any test going to success? There we go. There is a test that was successful. Test context shadow with missing context. No, hold on. On just context shadow. This one is failed. Transpiling to JavaScript failed. Aesthetic contains. String type not inferred. Failed to run the test. Expected output 1, 2, 3 shadow. Oh wait, there we go. There we go. This test actually has been successfully ran. Right, the context shadow. This one is ran through the JavaScript, and we actually see the bug. This is the bug that needs to be fixed. The other tests, I guess, maybe they will. I don't know if they will even work. Is there a single test? Let's just uncomment this panic. Supposed to run through Node. There's a test. I mean, the test mut was successful. Test Fibonacci is okay. Test unsafe is okay. I feel like these are not going through the interpret though. Test mut. No, test mut is actually doing the test. So this is yeah. Test mut. Test mut is doing this code. Example mut. So this is working correctly, I guess, right? It's printing the hello world. Okay. Macro hygiene works. I think I'm not doing. This is probably also just a hello world, basically. Yep, basically a hello world. Unsafe is also just a hello world, kind of. Fibonacci I feel like is different. Just Fibonacci. Yeah, Fibonacci is just done completely with custom logic. Match. Just env. Yet. Normal, nothing. No GS. How about expect node? What this? Expect node. No, I will probably rename it. Oh, it's yeah, it's supposed to be expect interpreter, right? Expect expect normal. There we go. Okay, so basically all of my things, most of them are either actually failing or just not tested through the JavaScript. There are a couple that are working. All right. Why do I not have... oh, wait, hold on. Test hello world failed? No way. Hold on. Why is hello world failing? What is hello world? Oh, it's because of the pipe. It's because of this operator, probably. Yeah, I remember this. I never fixed this. This doesn't work, but only if I do the transpilation for JavaScript, although this is just a syntax sugar. That's weird. Test hello world. Yeah, it has a to-do over here, actually. Function type. Oh, wait, it's because I say std.print, so it's trying to compile the entirety of std. Yeah. Yeah, I need to fix this. Okay, that's a different problem, though. Let's just do the context shadow, because I feel like this is the most important bug. Test examples with a note. So this just needs a different generation. So this is when I was shadowing the context, right? Because I cannot actually shadow the variables. Because I cannot actually share. Wait, it's already 5 p.m. for me. I don't think I can do it in 5 minutes. Which means that I will just stop probably. But it's because I'm mutating the object. Which is supposed to only be mutated for the duration of the scope. So I should instead make a new variable. And I cannot in JavaScript shadow variables, right? Can I shadow variables in JavaScript with let? Yes, you can. But only within a new block. Wait, hold on, I can't do this. Shadowing means declaring a new variable with the same name as existing. Okay. Wait, hold on. So I can't do this. Wait, if I can't do this, but I guess I just cannot do let x is x, right? That's what I cannot do. Let x be x. Because this it cannot access it before initialization. So because of that, I need to first assign it to a temporary variable. Okay. I got it. So with the minimal changes. Hold on. Inject context. We say statements push statement raw. I have something like this. Let temp be context. Let context be .tmp, like this. Right? So this creates the new thing. Okay, this is not going to be exactly the same though, because the other thing that I need to do is if I have expression scope right now, then this doesn't actually create a scope here in JavaScript, but I should. I should actually create a scope here. And since this is a statement, I can just do a statement which is scope. So we need a statement which is just scope with body being the vec of statements, right? That's how you do it. So over here we say body is vec new. We evaluate this into the body. But then I return, but then into the actual, into these statements, I push statement scope where we have the body, like this. What about here? If I want to evaluate this, then I just evaluate it like this. But then if I actually need to inject, maybe this is going to be fine because this is doing the scope automatically anyway. All right, maybe this is fine. Maybe this is fine. Okay. Display. If I have a statement scope body, then we write statements of body self options, and then we do write f opening bracket, and we write closing bracket. Sure. Optimize scope body self scope optimize statements body as a return statement scope body as return body. Okay. Let's see. Is this going to fix it? It still is not fixed. So, okay, cast, compile, target, JS, context shadow like this. Oh, now it says cannot access context before initialization. Wait, what? Oh, because it's the same scope. Oh my god, this is annoying. This is really annoying. Wait, what? Because it's in the same scope, even though like the let. Okay, can I shadow but use the old variable still? Okay, but can I initialize the new variable using old one? Yes, you can. As long as done in a new scope. Reference error. Yes. Temporal dead zone. This fails. Use a differently named variable first. This didn't work. This is literally what I did. You're lying to me, Chat GPT. Yo, Mustard. Thanks for the raid. How are you doing? What were you doing on your stream? I was about to end, though. Soon. AI never lies. Boom, 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 boom. The thesis is finally over. I'm trying to generate JavaScript here. And I want to shadow variables, but I want to initialize the shadowed variable using the old variable. And my chat GPT is lying to me. Right? Because this context refers to this variable that is initialized in the next one. So I need to initialize this variable in the outer scope, actually. Right? That's what I need. That's what I need. Oh, wait, hold on. What if... What if I make the context be available under two names in every scope? This is so wrong. But then like, it's so wrong. It's so... No. How do you work around this in JavaScript? Anyone knows? I mean, I can do like a new... Like what I can do if I move this like over here, then this works, right? Because this refers now not to this context, but to the context that is defined in that outer scope. So like this function argument, which makes sense. That's what I want it to be. Do you ever feel like you have a scope problem? Well, I feel like JavaScript has a scope problem. So, okay, so the only fix that I can think of right now is that this needs to be a unique name always. I can generate unique names, but that needs some more coding. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, wait. No. What's the problem? The way I'm generating the code, I have the context passed through all of the calls, right? So, like, I also have this context argument, and it's always called context, right? I'm not like for all the other variables that are actually going from the cast code, I have their IDs, so the names are unique. But for this one, it's not unique. And when I am creating a new scope, when I'm making a new scope, I want to wait. No, don't wait. Wait. Oh, yeah. So like I want in this scope, in a certain scope, I want the context to be not the old context. Like I want to do this. I want to do this, but this doesn't work in JavaScript, you know? Because this refers not to the previously defined one, but to like the one in this scope. But what I can do without doing much, like I can make this scope to be like a lambda that is being called immediately with the argument, which is the context, and then I can rename it here. Yes, that's what I can do. Like, you know, if I make this into like a closure like this, and I call this with context, then I can rename the thing here easily, right? Like tmp, and then I say context is .tmp, and this will work. And this will work. Inject context. But the problem also is if I want to inject my context multiple times, it's never going to work. This is just completely wrong. So I feel like in order to like if I have code like this with A, with B, C, this actually needs to be compiled into not a single scope, but like 3 separate scopes. Like this. Like yeah. You know? So when I have expression then, right? If one of these expressions well, would you ever need the with keyword? What do you mean? Because it's injecting context. That's the that's keyword from my language. It is injecting context. which doesn't have a lot of like alternatives in popular programming languages, I guess. One of the alternative would be the actual try-catch syntax, I guess, in the languages with exceptions. In the not so popular languages, it is initializing a handler for the effect, for example, or it is something like if you run a Haskell code with monads. So like once you have the monad, you want to basically like interpret that monad as something. So you like create a function for that. That would be the alternative, I guess. Like Haskell run state or something is a function which takes a monad and converts it into an actual thing. In Jai, they have the closest one though is the Jai, I guess. As far as I understand it, I didn't try Jai, but as far as I understand, they have this thing that's called contexts. They also call it contexts, and they call this thing push context. It's like a scoped global variable, so that it has a specific value for the duration of the scope. And I guess like in their case, they say push context, and then they have the expression inside where you do something with this context. While I don't do this, I instead basically say push context, and all the code until the end of the current scope can use the pushed context. That's the difference here, I guess. I could do it like that, but that introduces one more like level of nestedness, which I feel like is unnecessary. So it's, I guess, closer to the Coca language, which is doing this for the effect systems. I think Coca language is actually doing... Yeah, Coca language is actually using the with keyword. So it's literally the same. So yeah, basically look at this function, right? So this says 123.traverse. This is basically the second expression. And this is over here is the handler. So this introduces basically a global function yield, which the traverse function is going to call. Over here it's calling yield, right? So we are going over the list and we're yielding all of the elements. That's how you like create a generator. So yielding is basically calling the global function, which is handling your items. So in this case, whenever it's yielded, you just print it. So this is the most similar. And as far as I remember, Coca actually does the rewriting of this. So yeah, like the remaining part of the function is actually like is in its own scope, basically, with this handler being available. So yeah, I don't know if there are other better examples than Giant Coca. All right, I guess I'm not going to fix it right now. So we're going to end then here because I need to go. Do 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 do. All right, I don't know. I don't know.
What is that emote? What? What is
I don't know. I'm just going to go, you know? I'm just going to go. See you guys next time. Bye.